that seems cool, have no inclinations of where they're going to go, how it's going to affect them, all that kind of stuff. These people, I don't even think it's fair to call them casuals. I think they are mostly tourists, and that's completely fine. To be real, the majority of the reason why we even have fighting games, why we even have fighting games continuing, is because fighting game tourism exists, and people are willing to spend $50 to $60 to $70 for their tourism. And that's a very good thing. In the past, that was a lot different with arcades, because with arcades, you can pay very little to be a tourist. It was like 25 to 50 cents. In my opinion, where do I lie? At times, I would say that the furthest I've ever actually been at any fighting game, to a certain degree, is the highest level I've been was KI, because there was obviously not nearly as big of a community. So I might actually consider myself pro in KI, because I won quite a bit of money. I would win locals that were stacked with at least decent players somewhat, and place relatively high in majors where a lot of people were there. But that, once again, this is also an interpretive thing. There wasn't that many people. If you have like a 50 to 60 person bracket, that's much different than a game that has 1,000 people, you know what I mean? So I would consider myself at the lower end of a pro for something like KI. And that was nice, but it can only last for like one season. And in cases of other games that I absolutely love, dude, I put myself in third strike around advanced to intermediate. Maybe way back in the day, I would consider myself advanced, but nowhere near as good as a pro. Mostly a lie around intermediate right now, you know, all things considered. So to me, this is where I kind of lie on the majority of fighting games now. I'm an intermediate. I'm like way down this graph, but not occupying the very end of it. And that's my personal take. Now, I'm gonna flip this on its head. Let's take this graph. This is to somebody that's at the absolute highest level of fighting games nowadays. We're pretty much talking like Punk in Street Fighter 6. We're talking about like Knee in Tekken 8. People that are sort of at their prime and the highest regards of where these games are at. And we need to reset the graph. I think this gets a bit closer to, in terms of how pros look. This actually is probably even higher than that, of people that are quote unquote casuals and tourists. They'll see people that even understand how to play the game. No kidding. They'll be deemed casuals. Talk about those kind of people as being like casuals and tourists. Their perspective is so vastly different because they're playing the game at this level that is so above, and they've invested so much time that from their perspective, dude, the majority of people that are engaging with these games are here, and then we have to start like relegating these to different spots. Starts to get closer to this. Like, damn, dude. The amount of people that are actually good at this game from a pro's perspective is way different. Like, way different than what somebody like myself even has a perspective of what casuals could be. Let's talk about the final side of this. Let's talk about the final side. The final side of this, the thing we talked about earlier, Max, my dude, if you think of yourself being a casual, someone that has the perspective of what it takes to be high level advanced and a pro of a game, if I know what it takes to get there, and you're considering this many people to be casuals and even yourself to be an intermediate / casual, my perspective of what a casual is very different. To me, most intermediate players are casuals. That's how different we're talking here. To me, most people that are in this yellow area are kind of here just to have fun and do some fun shit. We have some perspective. We're just hanging out. We're playing stuff. I am not going to do the most optimized things all of a sudden. I don't have that much practice or experience, but we're just jumping in. The perspective and skill level has changed. It's completely changed. So in my spot, I'm considering myself like an intermediate, but to many other people, especially what would be an actual like casual, this can seem daunting. Like if Max is saying he's all the way down here, then I must be negative and reversed in this graph, my dude. I must be like all the way down here. What the hell's going on? Let's make a casuals graph. Let's see if we can come up with something that makes sense here. And we're just doing this on the fly. There's no real science that's going into this. This is a loose visual representation. What certain skill levels could feel is very different from one to another in terms of who's like actually a casual and who is legit good. To a casual, a novice seems like a god. I've watched people that are pros at other games, and they'll go into a certain game. Let's just use Tekken as an example. The people that are in blue ranks, if you're not familiar with Tekken, even if you're a pro at another game, seem like gods. They seem so good. Like, what the hell? From that perspective of like a legit person that's just, I even have fighting game experience, dude, but a blue rank, what the fuck? I can't even touch this motherfucker. What do I even do? And that's talking from like a pro's perspective as they turn into a casual. From the casual perspective, the amount of people that are like actually casual feel like this. Yeah, when you're a casual and you're looking at the space around you, legit, you think that most people are way better. I think this is accurate. In fact, I think this should be, from a casual's perspective, it's like this, dude. It feels like so many people are intermediate. The majority of people that play this are just god tier. I'm just jumping into this Marvel vs. Capcom arcade collection, man, and I can't even touch these motherfuckers. And to my eyes, I look at them, that's a bad MSP. They actually are just hitting shit and just getting away with murder. So my perspective of what is there is coming from up here, while they're just like, Jesus, these people are gods. This is what it feels like from the casual perspective. So much so that I think like the amount of people that are also advanced widely gets bigger. We're like, God damn, there's so many of these people. And I think figuring out like what's a pro, like, dude, these people can be pros. All of a sudden, pros could be this big. To benefit my argument in this situation, from a casual's perspective, and this is lining up exactly with what I said before. People watch my stream and me play the majority of these games, and they're like, it is unbelievable how good Max is at fighting games. How could he say he's a quote-unquote casual? Because my perspective of what a casual is very different, right? I do not consider myself to be like a tourist, you know? But many people propagate myself in being like at this pro level. And I have to remind you, no, I'm not that. I'm not even advanced in any fighting game over the past 10 years, dude. I'm not even close to advanced. I hover right around this spot. And that starts to make sense because from a casual's perspective, where is Max? Right here. This looks like I would be a pro to somebody like that. It looks like I would be in that situation because their perspective of what a casual is totally different than what my perspective of what like a casual is. Completely different. I appreciate the compliments. I'm not trying to hoist myself on a pedestal. I'm saying the term casual is so loose. A lot of people are talking about casuals in fighting games now and the appeal towards casuals. Many people are now looking, dude, Tekken 8 is just for casuals. You mean for this? We're saying Tekken 8 and the way it's being balanced now is for this? No, dude. This blue spot is literally CG endings in story mode. This is every character has a CG ending. We have a story mode where you're on a meteor and you grow into an angel and you fight your devil dad. And to be real, all the other training mode shit and teaching tutorials, those are for like novices. That's for these people to eventually learn. You don't just smash your face against the buttons of a fighting game and win more than the other people. Those are for novices, dude. What I'm promoting right now is that, especially in the Tekken 8 argument, where everyone was arguing, dude, this patch is for casuals. No, dude, this patch is for me. This patch is for intermediate players who feel like I can't do anything against people of higher skill because they just have so much game knowledge. Maybe trying to balance the game in this way. It's for like the top 10% of people that have put in quite a few hours over the past year, 200+ hour casual, because to me, yeah, that isn't a lot of time, but to this people, damn, 200 hours, you're a fucking pro. What the shit, dude? Jesus, you must be winning like, mate, you must be going to like Korea and beating all the best players and shit. The perspective has completely changed, right? Everything has changed based on the way we're talking about what a casual player actually is. All I'm saying is that this term means different things to different people. What a casual is perspectively to me, as it is to pros, as it is to actual casuals. But I think this graph right here is much closer a representation of an intermediate player. From an intermediate player, you have a pretty decent example of you know why you suck. You know that you need more time. You know that you guys have to spend more time in this game. You need to go out, you need to play more, you need to find more opponents, you need to find better players. This is also the hardest point to break. This is like you first starting working out and you got all your newbie gains and it's like, damn, I'm strong. Look at me, I'm so strong. I'm out here, dude. We're learning shit. And then you like hard stop and you're like, bro, what happened? And you realize that stuff that you're doing actually isn't enough. You can't keep doing the exact same thing over and over again. You need to graduate. You got to get up there and you have to make your way towards the next level. You got to go to college now. Intermediate players kind of understand that. And this can be very frustrating for a lot of people. This is especially frustrating for me because I know this. I know that this is what it takes. And the only answer is to go find help and to go seek answers and to also invest a shit ton of time, which is why I'm also have learned, and this was a difficult thing for me to understand, I have learned to be happy with being an intermediate. I have learned to be comfortable with my space around this spot, knowing that, yes, if I really want to dedicate and I really want to try, the coaching helps, because that was the whole idea of FDX coaching me. Coach me to a point where I can understand things quicker, because I don't have the time, dude. From that perspective, man, I'm just saying casuals mean different things to the different player base. Depending on your experience with a fighting game, what seems like is a professional player can be daunting to an actual casual, somebody that's first getting in and, like, you know, understanding how things work. And to be real, I think this is unfair. I think calling casuals tourists is kind of unfair, because let's just say a casual is somebody that likes this game, and I'm just going to continue to play it. And you're trying to get to this gold rank, which is right around this novice thing. You know what I mean? Like silver, you're out here trying. And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm trying to do my best to get to a spot where I'm even a novice. You know what I mean? So to me, like, yeah, saying that those players are tourists, in fact, we could probably add a whole other, like, bar to this. That is tourists, you know? Tourists might not even finish the goddamn story mode. The majority of people that engage with NRS and Mortal Kombat games are tourists. They are. They're there just for the beginning of the game, just for the launch of maybe something, and they are there just to engage with that content and maybe never even try online. I don't even want to play online. I'm not interested in playing online. And to be real, that's also unfair, because some tourists in fighting games know how they work. They know how they play. They don't want to fight people. That's also okay. That's also a thing that is like a thing that exists. So again, what we're already doing just through the introspection that my list is fucked up. We can already even come to this conclusion that of just discussing this in this moment with a little bit of introspection, my list is fucked up. What I'm trying to say is that lumping novices and advanced players and intermediates under like a generic casual thing is not helpful. Understanding what casual actually is for a fighting game is pretty necessary. What do you mean by casual? Do you mean by people that are just gonna buy it because the visuals are good? That they might eventually become a novice? Or are we talking somebody that is just like window shopping and they see the cover? Like, what are we actually talking about here? Because everybody that's beyond this spot of like novice to intermediate has already invested quite a bit of time. And they're trying to learn shit, and they're trying to get better. That's the whole point of this. And I think we literally proved it while talking about it, that the perspective of casuals changes. It changed in the making of this video, because now there's another thing that I would add into this that makes a bit more sense, which is legit tourism. Somebody that's just there to investigate the game for that reason and almost has no inclination to continue in any way whatsoever. It's been frustrating, like, watching everybody just throw this term around and assuming it means the same thing to one person as it does to another, when it can mean a vastly different thing depending on your skill level and time. I'm just gonna humor this, man. If I was to quickly just repurpose this shit all of a sudden, if tourism is a white bar, and then you have actual casuals, people that are like trying to get better, we're trying to learn how to play the game. And then we have novices, people that are playing the game and are like actively ranking up and engaging with the game's mechanics and shit. So to be real, if we're talking like without my perspective and we're getting to a point where it's like maybe a bit more like reality. What about someone who's just good for most fighting games? Dude, if you're good, you're a novice. Good to me means you know how the game's mechanics work. And this is, again, you're asking from my perspective. What makes you good at a fighting game? Just like generally good. You kind of know how the game works, dude. And you're able to apply those mechanics in situations that you need to and use them appropriately. I've added another aspect to the list based on us just making this list, and my opinion has already changed. We brought the term tourist back, which are just people that are just investigating and they have no clue, no inclination. Play it for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. There's no idea, right? The commitment is not made at the start. 75% of the people that buy these games are tourists. I hope this makes sense. I hope I'm not here trying to belittle pros or belittle tourists. These people and these people or even the goddamn reason we have Evo, or even the goddamn reason we have tournaments. They're the whole reason that we get sequels to fighting games. If we have games that only appeal to this spot, where a game will sell a maximum of like maybe 100,000 copies, yeah, tourists.
Respect the tourists of the game. me the meat.
Just literally make the world go round, and there's nothing wrong for being somebody that just wants to check shit out. Yeah, I think this is a bit better. I think this lines up a bit more the perspective of what a casual is. Because even with me, man, I wasn't even thinking of, like, I was lumping casuals and tourists together.
It's tier list time. I don't do tier lists that often, but, you know, all new launch, Fatal Fury, I figure it'd be interesting to talk about it, especially because this is going to be a moving target. The things I'm about to say today are absolutely going to change in time as things are still being discovered about the game, but I think it's worthwhile to do this as a bit of snapshot in time, just to see where the game is at very shortly after launch. And of course, whatever tech happens, whatever balance changes happen as well in the future, things are very malleable, to be sure, but I always enjoy looking at what's strong during a game's launch. So in this, we're going to be talking about this, and every now and then I'm going to switch between this and like the actual game itself, just, you know, to highlight some of the things I want to talk about. If you just want the finished and completed tier list, there's timestamps. Skip to the end of the video. Leave a like if you do, though. Very appreciated. And just to note real quick, whenever I make a tier list, I do not make ordered tier lists, as I find them kind of nonsensical. If I could conclusively tell you that this character is better than this character is better than this character, and by default this character is better than both of these characters, they wouldn't be in the same tier, because I don't believe it to work that way. So that's personal preference, so they're not an ordered tier list. We got S rank through B minus. I do not believe anyone weak enough to qualify as a C rank, because I'm also a firm believer in that, you know, the letters matter, but there's definitely, you know, some disparities between the cast. So now to start off a new tier list, let's talk about S rank first, because that's very interesting. And let's go to what I believe to be overall conclusively the two best characters in the game as it stands right now, that being Hotaru and that being Kain R. Heinlein. And why are they so powerful? So one of the things out of the gate is this is a game, once if you played any amount of this game, you know this game's very much a throwback to how fighting kind of used to be, right? And one of the big deals is projectiles are very strong, very, very strong. And these are basically the two best projectile users in the game, although for very different reasons. So for one here, Hotaru, she has a classical, you know, good, quick, fast projectile, and a nice slow projectile that she can run after the fact, which is always fantastic just for pressure in general. Comparatively to Kain, right? Kain's amazing at controlling multiple levels of the screen at once, right? You can control your jumps, all that kind of stuff. Like, it's really good at just varied screen control, and the fact that he has the trap. So, you know, screen control is the name of the game. And of course, when he throws a projectile, he also moves backwards while doing it, which, just as a general rule, is invaluable for a character that is trying to play keep away. But if that was their only strengths, like, you know, whatever, one of the things that really does help make projectiles extra strong, though, is the punishment factor. Because if you jump at me, like, I could do my uppercut, sure, but I don't have to do my uppercut. I can do an uppercut break, which still has the upper body invincibility, and from which point, like, you know, you can get, like, some titanic damage off of basic anti-air in a way that is not as easily deliverable in, say, Street Fighter, right? So the general projectiles are very strong, and the options to get around the projectiles, the counterplay for that is extra strong, right? That's part of the reason what makes them good. But yeah, both Kain and Hotaru are basically good at everything, right? Especially Hotaru. Hotaru literally has, like, everything the game could ask from a character, right? She is lacking in nothing. Like, she has good specials, she can do everything the game asks from you, like, even just their basic normals are really good. You know, stand heavy kick, that's great. God forbid she catches you whiffing something and she gets a wild punish. At which point, we're definitely going for the ride, right? For, you know, her usual combo structure, so it's really good. And the fact that she has very strong hit confirms, crouch heavy punch, has very good range for what it is, and it is single hit confirmable. Like, if you get a wild punish, that's very easy, right? But even if it's a regular counter hit, if you just see that glass, because you do have the visual indicator, all you have to do is just hit the button and then pre-buffer quarter circle back, right? And if you see the glass on screen, just hit 2 punches, immediately go for EX. And from there, once again, combo structure, take it all the way to the bank, right? There's nothing she's bad at. She gives nothing. Like, you know, most characters, if you're jack of all trade, master of none, it's master of none, right? No. She's jack of all trades, master of most. And that's kind of why she's so good at the game. Now, in comparison, Kain doesn't have the depth of the toolbox as Hotaru necessarily, like, doesn't have command grab, right? He's got to worry about only a regular throw. But even stuff like that, just only a regular throw. And he gets very powerful, like, Oki after the fact. Like, at minimum, throws are always a hard knockdown in this game, right? He can always just do this and set up a trap, like, directly on top of you, directly on front of you. However you want to do it, there's multiple ways. You got to just wake up into it. And then you can get sassier, like dash, then do it, put it behind the enemy. And this can then kind of quickly become like a combo starter in and of itself, because you can combo into the explosion. And then once you start giving that a bit of respect, then he can just kind of keep that going. Thankfully, for regular human beings, that doesn't combo into itself. He doesn't get a juggle off that. But yeah, so like the basics there are very, very powerful. And then, we have, the projectile game's really good, the pressure game's really good. And then you add the fact that, like, his normals and combo structure are very good. Like, stuff like his hit confirm combos. So either of them, I can do this, feign the jab or whatever. But you can go heavy into light. And that's kind of ridiculous. That's also another strength of Hotaru specifically. She has very easy 3-hit light confirms and go into, like, a super for extra damage. Close heavy. And I can still link a jab afterwards, right? And I can still keep going. So normally you think, well, I need time to charge, right? So I'll do whatever close heavy feint and then, do my flash kick, break cancel combo. But he doesn't have to, because the way the game reads buffer, like, you can still build charge in the end of that 2 heavy combo, then do a jab, then still get the flash kick, break, and combo out. There we go, right? So I still got my break, except I got to front load so much heavy damage before the scaling kicks in, and this lets him hit very hard in a lot of scenarios. Like, look at that. That's silly, right? Like, he just gets a lot off little, and that's not even optimal. That's just what I know. That's not even optimal, right? You can make that better. But yeah, so it's just easy for him to get big damage and, like, fairly easy. Like, landing a close heavy is not a difficult proposition, right? So add that to, like, all of his tools, the fact he has such good screen control, like, kind of just a threat. And once again, Hotaru just does literally everything. Like, there's effectively no downside to these characters. And when you have no weaknesses, that's a strength in and of itself, right? And I'm not here to do, like, everything the characters are possible to do. Just, these characters are really easily identifiably as strong. Okay, so we spent some time in top tier land, right? Let's look at some of the more mortal characters here. And pains me to do it, but, like, I gotta be real here. T-Zoc, B-, not C, B-. But T-Zoc, like, he's built to struggle in a game like this, right? No, he's big, he's slow, it's all the usual problems. And he definitely has ways around, like, the universal defensive mechanics help him a lot. And his just defense and hyper defense, I think, is better than a lot of the cast. Because he has the ability to threaten the 360 off of it, right? Which is a faster startup than most other specials you can guard cancel into. If you check the T-Zoc guide, which is on the channel now, we go into it, right? But this style of character is, by definition, always going to struggle, right? Especially in a game where, like, fireballs are very good. That it's just the way it's going to be. It's this usual same sad story for every big character in every fighting game. There's nothing much to say here that's never been said before. The only thing I'm going to add to it, specifically though, Vox. I'm also going to put Vox lower. Because Vox, he does have a command grab too, and he does get Oki off his command grab as well. Just double dash, and it writes itself. Like, if you happen to be unaware, literally just hold dash twice. Boom, boom. And he's not directly on top of you, but he's +7 in a threatening range. And if it happens to be in the corner, well, then he is +7 directly on top of you, right? So, like, that's not bad. It hits for about 200. Like, not as good as T-Zoc, but he's also, more mobile than T-Zoc is. And he does have stuff like Stand Heavy Punch, which I think is one of the best heavies in the game. Just because if you do it and you do the feint cancel, if you see a counter hit at all, then you'd be like, oh, okay, counter hit, +8. He's got a special cancelable light kick, so he can just always do that. Or when it comes to supers, because you're only in 2 hits, right? The scaling is actually quite low. So any super you add to it will extra hurt. But I say that like it's some kind of benefit when Hotaru literally can just fish with Crouch Heavy Punch and see the flash and then buffer that in and get, like, huge damage. So, like, he doesn't have the options everyone else does, right? He has no full screen presence. He has to be up close. He's not dirty like the other big boy character we're going to talk about, who's much better off than T-Zoc and Vox. So they both suffer from just usual bigger, wider character stuff, and they're both a little, unfortunately, too honest for their own good, in my opinion.
My character.
Okay, and while we're
That's
here, let's just finish off the Gorilla trilogy, right? So we have Kevin. So Kevin is bigger and slower, wider hitbox rather, and has a lot of these traits, right? So is he along with these guys? No. So Kevin's a friggin' gorilla, straight up. He's superior. If you're looking for the big boy experience in this game, Kevin's the guy, not Vox, not T-Zoc. It's all Kev. Like we just came off of Vox, right? Mid-screen command grab, also same-ish damage. Double dash, mid-screen, +6 directly on top of the enemy. So Vox, he only gets like really powerful in the corner, and of course so does T-Zoc, but you know, T-Zoc can't exactly dash cancel like, you know, Kevin can, right? So he has a very powerful command grab just mid-screen, good to go. Then you get a frame perfect Oki, just mid-screen, good to go. And then the fact that like his normals are incredible, his mid-screen presence is fantastic. You can do a lot from neutral in a way that the other two cannot. And then once again, he's the gorilla, right? He is the most viable two-touch character in the game. In that if he's got some meter to work with, you will die in 2 touches. Just his combo routing leads to hard knockdowns and you effectively have to get situations. Also the fact that if he gets a counter hit, he gets 3 close heavies in a row, which is extra silly. So we'll start by giving you a very basic combo example and why this is so threatening. Because, well, let's just go into it. So right there, good amount of damage, respectable damage. And since we ended on the EX, it's a hard knockdown. And even if we're not in any SPG discounts, it's about 50% of our meter. From there, it's very trivial to put us in a scenario where we can go into our crawler stance, go for a 50-50 mix-up, because one's overhead, one's a low, and then kill you instantly if we have any amount of meter. So right there, right? What I did there in that setup was a frame kill, and basically, since the overhead hits so meaty, it's +7 instead of the normal +3. And you know what? 7 frames? Goes heavy punches 7 frames. And there's a lot of ways to do this. Some are more manual time, some are a bit more auto time, but like the idea is still there, right? You hit with the meaty, and then from there, it's the party starter. And so I present to you here just a regular hit. Nothing fancy, no counter hit even. Regular hit into death scenario.
Watch your feet! Out of here! Charge! Watch your feet! Watch your feet! Out of here! Charge! Watch your feet!
And there we go. If we add a jab to that, that's game over. If I had a counter hit, that's game over. If I did literally anything else, or if I even optimize it a little bit, it's game over, right? So, Kev, to be touched by Kev is terrifying. You can't afford to get hit by Kevin, basically, right? So you take that, then you add the fact that he's got the really good normals, the really good neutral. He's got the best command grab in the game outside of T-Zoc because he gets mid-screen pressure anywhere. Like, that's really good. And the fact also that due to the nature of, you know, how enhanced combos work, you can, you know, although with less damage, set this up anywhere on the screen as well, right? And of course, Creeper, that's a low. So you gotta watch out because you can block high, you might get it. But if you don't block low, that's a special cancelable low. And from there, well, party starts again, right? So yeah, Kev, he has very defined weaknesses. You know, he doesn't have an invincible reversal that's not metered. He has a lot of the big boy problems, but his strengths definitely overwhelm any potential weaknesses. Now, moving forward, some picks I feel that are very obvious picks. Like people like Terry and Rock. Terry and Rock are just good. Like, they're very proficient at the game. They lack for nothing, really. And they're basically all upside. Not in the way I really have to go into. Just one thing I would want to mention real quick. Just Burn Knuckle, right? Counter hit launches. What a silly concept. Like, you have to put in basically no effort. This is something counter hit mention real quick. Just Burn Knuckle, right? Counter hit launches. What a silly concept. Like, you have to put in basically no effort. This is something you're just going to throw out anyways, right? Because it's low consequence. And sometimes you'll just randomly get the world off of it. Like, look at this. Like, just random. Oh, I got it. Cool. I guess that's worth half your life, right? Like, what? Like, you don't got to work too hard. Like, these characters kind of write themselves. They're both, you know, they're on the box, right? You buy the game too hard. I guess that's worth half your life, right? Like, what? Like, you don't got to work too hard. Like, these characters kind of write themselves. They're both, you know, they're on the box, right? You buy the game at GameStop, they're on the box. So, like, that stuff writes itself. And to bang out a few more things I think are mostly just kind of write itself. Preacha is perfectly all right rushdown character, but no overwhelming traits, right? Like her level 2 bionic arm super got restored. It was amazing in beta 1, got nerfed in beta 2. Now it's amazing again. It's a full screen check. That's great. But she's just perfectly all right, but without any overwhelming strengths, or at least even any all-rounder traits. She's just a solid rushdown character. Much the same here. Gato is another character I'm going to put an A+, just because he just does kind of everything, but he's a much more effective rushdown character than Preacher, just due to the amount of options he has, if nothing else. And, you know, better normals. Like, I don't feel like I got to go too deep into it. Just Gato was really good. I think most people would agree on that. Now, that said, let's go back to the struggle bus. So, two characters I feel that are lesser characters, unfortunately, are Mai and Marco. And, like, on paper, they got good stuff. Like, Mai has a very complete moveset. Like, she's another character that can do a lot, and she's got some of the best range in the game. And stuff like Stand Heavy Punch, if it didn't have the Fatal Flaw, would be in contention for single best normal in the game. Of course, the problem is that if the opponent is, like, crouching, all of a sudden efficacy goes down the toilet, right? It can hit from closer, but, like, you lose over half the potential range if the opponent is crouching, right? And the fact that it's feint cancelable can always be plus, and if you can hit, like, a counter hit, you can always at least snag an extra hit in. Like, the fact that her range is meant to be a selling point, but it's also not very abusable, because with Stand Heavy Kick, like, depending on spacing, you can be punished, right? Like, so this move that hits from far away is great, but it brings you too close in is not good comparable to, like, the fan toss, right? Or rather, Stand Heavy Punch fan. So her main, like, tallied strength is that she has really good range, but it's conditional, right? It's not just it's strong as it is, like, say, a Billy, and then you just go to the bank. Like, it's so much, like, kind of just ho-hum about her. She's got fairly easy combo structure, which is nice as well. You know, we ain't here to work hard, right? But, like, she doesn't do that much damage off basic hits outside, like, you know, more wonderful scenarios. And she's just not amazing at the thing that she's meant to be amazing at. And then Marco's awesome. Like, I love Marco in this game. I love Marco as, like, a character, as a personality. Like, but Marco, just like I guess the problem is they're too honest, right? In a game where, like, there's some dirt, like, we just came off the Kevin section where, like, Kevin touches you, you die, right? And everyone has big damage combos, but it's not necessarily as easy to set up anywhere on the screen. Like, Marco is too honest of a character. Like, one of my favorite things about Marco is that his stand light kick, which is an amazing poke, by the way, it is super cancelable. So you can just, like, toss it out and buffer Haoshokoken behind it. And, you know, if you snag something, cool, like, good damage. But, like, a lot of the better characters, like, that's just, you know, normal. Like, that for Marco, that's a highlight because he doesn't got as much. Like, I can also combo into jab off his overhead without, like, doing any meaty setups, which I think is very interesting and valuable. But, like, I don't know. These characters are just too honest in this game. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm missing the tech. I don't know, right? But they're too straightforward for what the game is. And without having a little extra sass, I don't really see them rising up until, like, inevitable future balance changes. Now, okay, we're starting to get through the list a little bit, right? So now let's look at someone like Ronaldo. And Ronaldo, I'm going to put him at A+ with room to grow is the thing. Because he's already, I would say, very powerful out of the gate. And I know a lot of people have issue with his inclusion, right? But the one thing you can't fault is they made, like, basically a new archetype. Like, he's a character that doesn't really, like, I guess, like, say Venom and Guilty Gear would be, like, a closer comparable kind of character. But, like, he's kind of his own thing. Like, just so much about him. Like, hey, summon ball, hit the ball, regular projectile, like all that stuff, sure. But then the fact that like I can do this and like then have weird airborne approach that like other characters can't get because that's an active projectile. And let me tell you, I played against a gentleman when I was playing T-Zoc who really abused that, and I didn't really have much of an answer to it. Because for T-Zoc, this, like, the projectile just hits you, and even if you use Beak, which has like upper body invincibility and some projectile invincibility, when you have this kind of approach, it'll hit your toes, and when it hits your toes, you get hit. And not only do you get hit, like it has a unique counter spin state, so he gets a full combo on you, right? So like, it's difficult. Like he can create weird approaches that like other characters can't in like normal fighting game history. Like this isn't exactly like a Kuma Air Fireball neither, right? Although if you want a Kuma Air Fireball, like, don't get me wrong, that's absolutely an option too. Like he has that available to him, and of course he can bounce it back too. So like Akuma can't do that. Is Ronaldo greater than Akuma? Just the fact this dude does weird things. And like even that, the setup, right? Because it's very high up. Like normally, haha, I caught you tossing the fireball while jumping, right? Like not always. Like sometimes we'll trade. Sometimes you're just gonna lose because you're jumping into it because this thing's active all the way up there, right? So you can't necessarily deal with this in the usual traditional fighting game way. And then you take that jump or standing heavy punch. This thing is stupid. Oh my god. So think of it like Sagat's like Tiger Knee, except like better because it's not a special move. It's a normal, and you barely have to space it at all. Because like I can set this up to block, right, with like the most minimum of spacing, OM plus. Like you don't have to like try hard to like get it to be deeper in the active frames and get plus frames afterwards. Like, did I mildly space it? Cool. I guess I get the combo and a crouch heavy punch, right? Like, very overwhelmingly powerful on just a basic heavy punch button. Like, there's nothing to this. It's just a magic button with automatic pressure, automatic combos on hit. Especially because, like, the hit stun's so long, you do easily get the single hit confirm this. This character is just already immediately strong out of the gate with a lot of room to go. Like, there's really nothing else to say. Like, his pressure, his mix-up, his potential of swing control is all fantastic. And he's not directly comparable to other characters in the fighting game history. Because he's so unique, he's immediately strong out of the gate, and there's still going to be room to grow because we don't know what's possible. It's only, like, effectively week 1 or whatever right now, right? So, he's got a lot of potential in him, and he's kind of scary. Now, back to the list. So, for Donghuan, another character I think is perfectly serviceable, strong, just can't do everything like some of these other characters above him can do, right? But yeah, he's perfectly all right. Now, Billy is a character right now is definitely here. Right now, 100% here, but I feel very strongly he's going to go down here eventually. It's through no fault of his own. It's that the player base is generally just going to get better at the game, and we're going to understand the universal defensive mechanics better, and he suffers once you know how to deal with his stuff. Because so many of Billy's overwhelming strengths, obviously the range, right? This is a game where Billy's not a joke. Everyone was wondering, you know, especially coming off King of Fighters 15, where Billy might as well have been a comedy joke character. That's how bad Billy was, right? Billy's got some very obvious strengths, like the fact that he has a lot of like push and pull stuff, right? He can bring you in against your will. And even if you happen to block, he's still plus when he does it. So that's really cool. That's really strong. But due to the nature of the game, like, these things are very fixed, right? I can like set my watch to the hyper defense timing. And Billy's got Billy problems. The stick's a part of himself. So I just have to hit the stick, I hit him. So that necessarily right there isn't like an amazing godly punish or nothing, but it exists. And since so many of his moves have like identifiable hyper defense points, that means it's easier to buffer things like quarter circle forward in, and then you can get a lot more zero frame supers off anything he does to you. Right here, I know it's coming. Boom. Zero framer, punch your stick, punish, right? So I just have to do a quarter circle forward. The first quarter circle forward is the forward in my hyper defense. And I just do that, then I do it again, hit a button, I get a super. And I zero frame, I punish whatever he just did. It's not to say that's still not strong, because it still is strong, and he doesn't necessarily have to follow up, But part of the reason why Billy is feeling extra strong right now is because everyone's just doing everything and getting away with it because they're not fully comfortable with defensive mechanics as they currently stand. So it's hard because, like, I know he's going to go down the tier list. Like 1,000%. He will once people get more comfortable with the overall game mechanics, which are, like, by design, tailored to beat his overwhelming offense once you understand how to. But we're not there yet. So I'm going to leave him here for now, but with the deep understanding that he will drop in time. It could take a couple weeks, could take like 2 months, I don't know, but he will drop in time as like the overall player base understands this kind of stuff more. Now, moving on, like Jenny is another character I think is just very strong. She is more rushdown oriented like these two, but she just has so many more tricks. Like the Fat Golf Tomahawk, right? That's break cancelable. So she can break it and then it becomes another jump. And because it's a special, right? That's break cancelable. So she can break it and then it becomes another jump. And because it's a special move, you can use it to like cross someone up in the middle of a block string, which is really good. The enhanced version is like literally, if you break cancel it, a better hop than the actual built-in hop. You can hit people faster. So it's an option to like get overheads faster than the game normally allows you to. Then you add to the fact that like her normals are like pretty proficient, especially like the target combo. She does have a more workable projectile than say like a Preacher does. She has the counter, and the fact that it lets her get out of certain scenarios with like SPG attacks that normally you might be kind of screwed or kind of boned. That's really handy. And just in comparison, like Dong Juan, like, yeah, he's got the breaks too. Like, he can do it, but it's not as good. Like, EX Actic is an overhead in them by itself, which is nice, but it ain't the kind of overhead that like links into crouch heavy into full combo, if you get what I mean, right? So Jenny has like a lot of the strengths of the regular rushdown characters, but she just has a more varied moveset, and the options she has are a bit stronger than a lot of the other characters with comparable movesets. So that's why I feel she's a bit higher up on the ranking. And we're getting a bit closer to the end of the list here. So, by the way, I guess I should mention this at some point here. Yo, Nightmare, Geese, and Fallen Rock are not playable. Maybe in the future as DLC, I don't know, but not yet. So we have Salvatore and Hokuto Maru. So Salvatore, I think is better than people are giving him credit for. I'm going to put him a solid A tier. He's good, just pressure. Like, obviously, he just got nerfed. Some unintended features just got taken away from him. But I think he's very workable. I don't think he's quite as overwhelming to necessarily be A+. But I see a lot of people just kind of writing him off. I think he's better than that. He's another character as well with tech going and getting figured out. I think he's a character with room to grow. But overall, I think he's pretty decent. And Hokuto Maru, I think, also is our final S-tier character. Because he doesn't suffer. He wants for nothing. Like, say at the beginning of the video, right? We talked a lot about projectiles. And he's the most like, nah, I don't got to deal with this stuff, like, in the game, right? He has EX Teleport. EX Teleport also can be done while jumping around. You can just do it on demand. If he smells a fireball, he'll combo you if it hits, especially if it's a wild punish. I believe it's like +5 on block, if I remember right. Yeah, so it's plus on block, right? Like, this isn't a situation where, like, you block and you get a punish. No, it's still his turn, right? Depending on how it hits. And then his own projectile game is, like, no slouch. And heavy destroys other projectiles. He has upward angles. He can shoot across. He has, the very valued 45-degree angle downwards fireball from a jump. The fact that he can double jump, right? Like, his air mobility is second to none. He's just a very fast boy, and that helps him a lot in this game. Once again, he wants for nothing. There's nothing I could say that is, like, explicitly weak, other than, I guess, he does not have an on-demand, meterless invincible option, which, admittedly, like, it's nice to have. But the fact that he's got tools that, like, the other cast just doesn't have, right? He can play the game in a way other characters cannot. So he has a weakness, sure. Absolutely. But he's tailor-made to fight, other very powerful characters in their own game plan and win, which is nice. And just be, like, frustrating and annoying in a way that other characters, like, actually struggle to deal with. I'm very willing to admit, like, maybe in time, hey, I'm wrong, right? And we'll put him down a tier. I don't know, right? But my initial feeling, my gut feeling is he's awesome. Like, once again, wants for very little. You're playing a fighting game character. You're not here to struggle. You struggle, that's when you're down here. When you want for stuff, that's when you're not as good, right? And the less you want, the better you are. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. And there we have it. That's the tier list. There we go. We got it. You skipped ahead. There we go. That's where it is. I know your blood's already boiling. Like, what? He put that character where? Well, now, see, this is where I get you. This is the fun bit. Now you got to rewind to where I talked about him to, you can tell me how wrong I am in the comments, right? And if you did skip ahead, keep in mind, please, that subject to change, there will be balance patches. There'll be new tech discovered. This is a very early game, early on in this life game. And some characters are very advanced, right? As this is an old school throwback kind of game. This ain't a game dumbed down for the babies as you would, dumbed down for the casuals. So new tech will make massive developments as far as like how the tier list goes. And as I talked about too, some characters I know will change tiers just with knowledge, right? Some characters, say like Ronaldo and Billy, like will get stronger or weaker in time when people are more comfortable with game mechanics and more things get discovered. That's the nature of a tier list. Nothing's ever set in stone. And of course, it's all my opinion. Is this a perfectly balanced game? Of course it is. Of course it's not. What? When do we ever have one of those? But overall, as you can see here, the majority of the cast is on the upper echelon, at least in my opinion. So I don't think there's too many characters that like outright struggle. Like these would be your struggle characters. And it's not even like they're bad. Once again, B- is my worst tier. I'm not even going in the C tier. Because I don't believe T-Zoc is a C tier character because he has stuff like just defense, hyper defend, guard cancels. And if he just defends you and you're anywhere near him, just defend, guard cancel, woo, 360, you're going for the ride. And that's the least thing you want, right? So the universal mechanics let people punish very sloppy offense. And because he has a very fast command grab, he can punish it actually better than most characters. Of course, that means he has to work a lot harder than the average cast. Like Kain and Hotaru don't have to work very hard. That's part of the reason why they're better. The more you gotta work, you know, the more you gotta make the mechanics work for you versus you just kind of slop it out. That's what makes you a worse character versus a better character, right? That's just fighting games. If a character can win for you, like I saw someone refer to Hotaru as the game's accessibility feature. Because she'll win the matches for you. And I thought that was quite clever. I thought it was pretty funny. Because you know what? Yeah, if you pick Hotaru, anyone below Hotaru has to work harder than Hotaru. It's really that simple. So she is the game's accessibility feature. She is easy mode. Will she be the first character to get nerfed? Who knows? But yeah, there'll be patches, there'll be buffs, there'll be nerfs. But this is where wait, facing the wrong way. I'm looking at nothing when I do this. But this is where I'm at right now with this, right? I think the game is, as a 1.0, fairly balanced. Obviously, we had some infinites, right? Like Marco had an infinite that quickly got patched out, thank God. We had that, and that stuff's been resolved. The bug stuff's been resolved, so now the characters kind of got to start standing on their own feet, and well, it'll get there whenever it's going to get there. We're going to have our first DLC soon-ish, I guess. Like Andy is like in a month or two, so like we're going to be adding more characters that'll shake up the meta, and I'm sure whenever they introduce new characters, there'll probably be like small balance changes as well. We'll get there when we get there, but that's where I'm at right now. So if you skipped ahead, hey, once again, please leave a like. If you didn't skip ahead, also leave, like, either way, leave a like. Why not? Why not, right? We're doing it this way because I always make tier videos with my face on the camera. I don't know. It's a rule we established years ago, so might as well keep it going. But other than all that, that's where we're at. That's my opinion. I would absolutely, sincerely love to hear your opinions in the comments below, because I know not everyone's going to agree with me, right? I think some people, like, it's difficult to argue. Is Kain pretty good? Yeah, Kain's pretty good, right? Is T-Zoc not great? Yeah, I don't think T-Zoc's that great. But for everyone else in between those, like, yeah, we got room for discussion. So let's discuss it. That said, though, now we're at the end of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well. And go out and play some Fatal Fury.
boy.
A bunch of different articles, and then she'll allow me to disseminate from my perspective. But it's been a rough ride.
Yeah, I've got them on peptides now, which is nice.
Same.
And I've got my stepdad on testosterone replacement, which is nice.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Yes. Good to see you.
You too.
We were just talking about boomers, about parents that they don't want to believe anything other than what they're getting from the news.
It's been a challenge. My dad is an absolute lost cause. My mom is now open to the conversation, and she'll send me a bunch of different articles, and then she'll allow me to disseminate from my perspective. But it's been a rough ride.
Yeah, I've got them on peptides now, which is nice.
Same.
And I've got my stepdad on testosterone replacement, which is nice, and he's seeing benefits of those things. So it's like they're slowly starting to incorporate some of these things, but their whole life they've been told that the doctor knows everything and that the news is always correct and anything contrary to the news is bullshit.
But arguably, when our parents were our age, it was reliable.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I think it's always been compromised. I just think there was no alternatives.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I think.
My mom is a psychoanalyst, PhD. This is a very educated, thoughtful woman. And
Sometimes that's the worst.
no, I would argue against in this case. I do appreciate people who see flaws in psychoanalysis, but I've learned a huge amount from my mom in this area. And she also she majored in journalism before changing careers to psychoanalysis. And so for her to even wrap her head around the fact that journalism can be compromised is almost inconceivable.
Right. I didn't mean psychoanalysis is bad. What I meant is that a lot of times educated people defer to other educated people. Like they're an expert in their field, so they assume that all the other experts in their field are also correct. And any heretic is just a fool. And
I would happen to agree with that point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we were talking about Fauci on the way in. And both of my parents could arguably canonize the guy. Or now I think I've broken through with my mom, but it has taken me since your episode with Brett Weinstein in March of 2020. I've been working on it. We're getting there, though. We're there. Like we are there. It's been 5 years.
Isn't that crazy? That was 5 years ago.
It was like yesterday. I'll never forget it.
5 years ago. And I remember when that episode came out, people were freaking out, like, what are you doing? What is Brett doing? This is bullshit. You're going to get us all killed.
It made perfect sense to me. Well,
he was right, clearly. And yet still, no apologies, no corrections, except the government website. The COVID-19 website is now up, and this has to be because of Bobby Kennedy.
I mean, the New York Times was like, oh, looks like this came from a lab. It's like, you really?
Well, the best part about it was they're like, we were misled. Yeah, you were misled by you fuckers.
I know.
You did it.
Isn't that?
You did it.
It's disgusting, and there are zero apologies.
No.
Zero course corrections, and they unveil this information as though they are the purveyors of truth. Guys, we got a headline.
You're a little
this
late.
Came from a lab.
You're a half a decade late.
That's right.
You know what's really interesting? We've been talking about this a lot lately, that imagine if the roles were reversed and if podcasters were the ones yelling at everybody to go out and take these experimental shots, and then they were experiencing all these complications and all these side effects. Mainstream news would be chastising us. Like, how dare you give people the advice to go out and do that? You're responsible for these people having all these side effects and all these unnecessary deaths and all these people that would have had no problem with COVID. You encourage them to take this vaccine, and they had strokes, and they had this, and they had that. They'd be calling for us to get shut down.
I actually did that. I did not know any better, and I was pitched a vaccine scientist, and I thought, like, oh, this is great. Yeah, come on the show. I didn't know the vaccine was gene therapy. I had no idea. So I knew it came from a lab. That made perfect sense to me. And I was like, oh, well, this is very clear. It's not, from a wet market. But someone reached out to a producer of mine and said, we've got this person who's a scientist who worked on the vaccine that wants to educate people. And I thought I was doing this major public service. I've had to apologize for that podcast, and I've left it up.
What was the scientist?
I cannot remember her name. She was actually young. And the reason I remember that she was in her 30s is because she told me, oh, this tech has been around for 30 years. And I thought, but you're like 35. No, we've been evolving this technology for 30 years. And you see all of these trials for safety. It's just bureaucracy. I didn't understand what it meant to push something through that emergency use loophole at the time.
Yeah.
I didn't understand the difference of, oh, this is a dead pathogen and this is a live pathogen and we're worried about adjuvants, but this is gene therapy. I didn't even begin to comprehend what that was, what it meant, or the fact that we would fuck around with something that was experimental. And the scariest part is I'd been talking with a woman named Brianne Dresden who was injured during the AstraZeneca COVID-19 trials. And the NIH was studying all of the people that had been injured during the vaccine trials as they rolled out the vaccine with no concerns and lied about every component from it stays in the shoulder, it's out of the body in 24 hours, until you find out, no, it's coated in lipid nanoparticles and it can cross the blood-brain barrier. Oops.
Now they're finding out that people can still produce spike protein because the injection's for over 700 days.
And you can shed, supposedly.
Yeah, you give it to your partner.
It's insanity.
Crazy.
And now I'm certainly not and export in mRNA tech. But now we're fast-tracking other vaccines that utilize the same technology. And I know for one, I don't think I'll take an mRNA vaccine ever. It scares the crap out of me.
Well, you've heard Brett Weinstein talk about the flaws in just the technology itself, and that, the fact that when it gets into your body, if it gets especially, the thing is nobody aspirated, right? They didn't inject people and pull back to make sure they're not on a blood vessel. They just plunged it, including when they did it live with Biden on television,
Yes.
which I don't think that was a vaccine. I said to this day, people are like, yo, what, you conspiracy theorist? Yeah, I'm telling you right now, I think it's a conspiracy. I don't think they would take a chance in injecting a fucking 80-year-old man when you know that you have to stay there at the clinic for 20 minutes in case you drop dead. Yeah.
My wife's friend, her friend's son actually had the COVID vaccine and the flu vaccine on the same day.
Oy.
He did supposedly stay for 15 minutes, got in the car, must have passed out or had a
that's the end
seizure,
we have here.
hit a tree and died.
Jesus
Had a crazy reaction to it. I know, I'm not friend, her friend's son actually had the COVID vaccine and the flu vaccine on the same day.
Oy.
He did supposedly stay for 15 minutes, got in the car, must have passed out or had a seizure, hit a tree and died.
Jesus
Had a crazy reaction to it. I know I'm not trying to promote this anti-vax position, but
that's not a vaccine.
Exactly.
Calling it a vaccine is fucking crazy.
That's exactly it. It's
It was a
gene
totally
therapy.
experimental gene therapy. And what Brett was saying about it is if you don't aspirate, you're shooting it right into a blood vessel. If you're shooting it right into a blood vessel, it could go to all sorts of areas of the body where the body's going to attack it like it's a disease, particularly the heart. And it's like, this is why you get myocarditis, because the heart doesn't heal, which is why you don't get heart cancer. Your heart just scars over. So people have these inflamed, enlarged hearts and then diminished cardiovascular function. And he was talking about this way earlier than anybody else. And they were blood on his hands, he's killing grandmas. And the vaccine saved millions of lives. People say that all the time. They've saved millions of lives. Like, how? If people still got COVID, not only that, they got more COVID than people that didn't get vaccinated.
I am still having this exact debate actually with my mom, who's like, but honey, it saved millions. And you know what's crazy? Have you actually tried to Google that information? Because you can make a case for that based on what will come up on Google. And she's like, but look right here, it says it saved millions of lives.
But it's only based on the idea that those people would have died
Right.
if they didn't have COVID.
Right.
And the problem is you're going to get COVID anyway. So that data is bullshit. Not only that, even when people got COVID, 99.07 of those fuckers lived.
I just pulled that up
Yeah.
because I was trying to illustrate that point. I was like, do you realize that I think the percentage of mortality with this is like 1%? And when you look at it,
Less,
it's like
considerably less.
0.03 all the way up till you
Yeah.
hit about 80 years old.
Right.
And then it's like, well, 1% or so, 1.5 maybe in 80-year-olds or morbidly obese or severely autoimmune,
But the thing is,
immunocompromised.
when you have 330 million people in this country, and then you look at that 0.3%, that starts looking like a lot of people. But those are just people that are on death's door. That's the reality. Metabolically unhealthy, obese, diabetes, all sorts of problems, cancer, leukemia, on chemotherapy. Those are the people that died.
I remember when Bill Maher was talking about how it was people who, there was a study that came out of the CDC, and forgive me because I don't remember the exact percentage, but it was upwards of 80% of the people who died or had severe cases of COVID were obese or overweight. And this is when, you could be healthy at any size. That PSYOP was in full effect.
That must have drove you crazy.
Oh, I was completely unraveling. People ask me, like, what happened? You were a good liberal.
You're still a good liberal.
am a good liberal.
If
I'm
you
like,
go
"Oh."
back to the old definition.
I haven't changed.
Yeah, nor
I go
have I.
issue by
Fuck
issue
me,
with my
man.
friends.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you show me where I've shifted my position on any issue outside of Trump. I used to think he was Hitlerian and he was going to round up all the gays and we were all fucked. None of that happened. I thought Russia. I thought that was real. So as new evidence came to light and I managed to survive his first term intact along with my gay relationships, I somehow started to feel that maybe a lot of that was bullshit propaganda. But outside of that, not one of my positions has changed. Not one. And I find that arguably the right is more welcoming and more tolerant now. I can sit down and have a conversation with Matt Walsh and debate gay marriage in a civil fashion. And I ended up, again, like I bring up Bill because I work with Bill in some capacity on his podcast network, and I was having to defend him on Piers Morgan because he was sitting down with Trump, and they called him a bigot and a racist and anti-science because he was going to sit with Trump. I'm like, well, where's the outrage that he sits down with Newsom? I hate that guy way more. And I don't
Piers Morgan was saying this, or
Not
the guests?
Piers.
Yeah,
Not
the
Piers.
guests.
Piers was awesome. The guest.
Piers' show is Maury Povich 2.0. It's a better version of Maury Povich.
I kind of love it though, and I love when I get to do it because you're allowed to act unhinged. You still have to make your points,
Yeah.
but it is theatrical. But sometimes I think when you are able to be so theatrical, it goes viral, and the point that you're trying to make is arguably seen by more, unless it's a platform, of course, like yours. But
Yeah, he does a good job of that. I just don't think it's a good way to discuss ideas.
You're not wrong.
But it's really good as far as like going viral. It's great.
You're not wrong about that.
Yeah,
I still find it fun though, because what you hold in for all those civil conversations where you're biting your tongue, you're trying to communicate calmly, articulately. Here you can just unleash. Your hypocrisy is disgusting. It's everything I swallow in every conversation with all my friends from California, and you can just let it rip and freaking tear into people because they started it.
Yeah.
They started the fight.
I don't like that. I don't like doing that, so I'm not interested in that.
I get it.
I'm not interested in that kind of conflict. I don't want to talk to people like that. I don't like it.
I understand. You are like a very gentle soul. I watch you sometimes, and you're so, not sometimes, I watch you often, and you're a very gentle soul, and sometimes I think, God, toxic masculinity, like you're so, that whole notion, all of the men in your space tend to be far kinder and softer, and it's the women that are savages. I mean, I happen to love, I love Megyn Kelly. I think she's brilliant, but goddamn, I never want to be on the wrong side of her.
Yeah, she's ruthless.
She'll rip your head off and like eat your heart. Do not fuck with that woman.
Yeah.
You know. So anyway, I think that some of the women in the space are genuinely more aggressive than the men.
Well, do you think that's because they have to get respect? Like, why do you think that is?
No. I don't think so. And I find that it's more respectable when you speak in the fashion that you do. And I've tried to really curtail that behavior throughout every other aspect of my life, personally and professionally, whether I'm fighting with a contractor on my house. I try to lower the octaves of my voice, or I'm trying to win somebody over in a debate. But I think, Joe, honestly, I think because it's entertaining.
Yeah.
And it's a competitive
entertaining.
space.
Yeah.
I really think that's it. And it seems to work. So.
Sort of, but why am I number one then? Because I don't do it. Because that's like the counter argument
Fair.
to that.
Here would be my answer. Because you can lick everything in the fridge. And what I mean by that is you don't have a niche.
Lick everything in the fridge.
Seriously, I'm not kidding.
I've never heard that
You
expression
can talk
before.
about anything and everything, and it's fascinating. And people tune in for it. They don't come here because they want to hear about politics, or they want to hear about health, or they want to hear about fucking aliens. They come here because they want to hear about all of it, and they want to hear what you think about all of it. So it's not really interesting when someone else does it, because they're not there to see what that individual thinks about the subject matter. So when I turn into Megyn Kelly, it's like, or tune in, it's because I want...
Don't turn into her.
No, I'm not. The fuck no, dude. I'm messing with her. She's a lovely person, and she's been nothing but lovely with me, but
I'm sure.
As mentioned, I'm not interested in being on her bad side. However, when I tune in, it's not because I want to see her reaction or her opinion on something. It's because I want to learn what is the counter argument to deporting this guy, Kilmar Obrego Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, steel man that argument for me, and then tune into something else and try to disseminate what the truth is. And she's, I think, a constitutional attorney. So I feel like I'm getting great information. With you, you're not just learning about something, but you're also curious what you think about it. If you're going to go, bullshit, or if you do the, wow. You want to say what you think about it.
Yeah, I just think we could all do with a little less yelling at each other.
You're totally right.
I just don't think it's good for
No,
anybody. It's
it's
like every time I've engaged in it, I feel bad for the rest of the day.
Really?
Even if I win, I don't feel good. I just feel like, ugh, I don't like that. I don't like it.
What if they deserved it?
I think you should be nice until it's time to not be nice, and generally that's like extreme violence. That's my feeling. That's my feeling. Like
Extreme
be nice
violence.
up until you're literally trying to incapacitate a person.
That's fair. I feel like
I don't think we have to do that, and I think the only time you have to do that is when someone's completely psychotic. 99.999% of the time, you're better off serving you and that person better by just being nice
and calm and making a point in an
Just
intelligent
not being-
fashion. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, not being married to your ideas either. Also, not like taking an opposition to your ideas as an opposition to you as a being. These are just ideas. Like if someone thinks that you're incorrect, if someone thinks I'm incorrect, I'm like, well, tell me why. What do you think? Why do you think that? Where'd you come to this conclusion? What was the tipping point for you? Like, what is it? Like, tell me what it is.
That's rare, though. I was just actually talking to Mike Rowe about that. Why do we hold on so fastidiously to our dogma? And it honestly, because it doesn't feel right to have somebody say, I told you so. I will do the mea culpa, and I have a million times. But it is certainly more rare. I mean, how often do you see a walk back or a course correct? Not often. And I know that when people wag their finger at me, are you happy? This is what you voted for. You want to defend things that arguably you may agree with them on.
Right.
And I'm like, don't do it. Just do you see their point? If so, acknowledge you see their point. And then I still feel the need to play the lesser evil game, even when they're right. They're still wrong. Because when I weigh out, the choices I had, even though you're right on this issue, I'm right about my choice ultimately because more things went the way I wanted them to than the way I didn't. It takes a lot of ego strength to admit where you're wrong. And I just don't think a lot of people have that. And there is a tribalism with everything, whether it's workout trends, diets, for God's sake. I mean, we've seen this kind of dogma in health and wellness for years. It's no fun to say you were wrong, and in some cases, it can have professional repercussions for people.
Sure. Did you experience any professional repercussions when you were pushing back against this healthy at any size stuff? Because that's
How much time do you have on that one?
well. Let's go into it because
Yeah.
that to me was so fascinating.
Get
That
comfortable.
the concept of fat shaming, which like I don't think you should hurt anybody's feelings, but I think at a certain point in time, sometimes hurting someone's feelings causes actions, and hurting someone's feelings with the truth. And you can give the truth to someone lovingly. You know, you can say, look, I care about you. This is why I want to tell you you're a fat fuck. Like, you really are. You're disgusting, and you need to lose weight, and you're fully addicted to food, and you don't understand what it's doing to your body, and you're being lied to by all these other people, like these fat doctors. Like, there's some lady in the UK who calls herself the fat doctor. I'm like,
Great.
lady, you're just overwhelmed with inflammation. I could just see it looking at you. This is crazy that you're giving this advice out when you can't walk up a hill. There's no way. Like, you're so unhealthy.
Yeah.
And this idea that shaming people is worse than telling them the truth. It's going to make them feel bad, maybe temporarily, but you can do it with kindness. And then that person can make choices that will be, and then you encourage them, like, I'm so glad you changed your diet. I'm so glad you cut out this and cut out that, and now you're doing well, and you've decided to walk 10,000 steps a day, and you've decided to start exercising a little bit, you know? This episode is brought to you by DoorDash. This Mother's Day, why give mom only flowers when you can give her flowers plus a real break? For a limited time, use code JOE50 to get 50% off up to $15 value when you spend $15 or more on local florists, convenience, grocery, and retail stores on DoorDash. And starting May 9th, Mother's Day weekend, your flower order will unlock credit towards select gifts that'll take cooking, planning, and more off mom's plate. Make Mother's Day special with DoorDash. Terms apply.
You've given me a lot to tackle here. So let's start with
Let's start with the professional stuff.
the PSYOP component of healthy at any size. This is a big food
Yes.
narrative. This has been
Yes.
proven. Even the friggin'
Explain big food narrative, what you mean by that.
okay, so Big Food, put simply, hired a bunch of registered dietitians to co-opt this concept of intuitive eating. And I'm dead ass serious.
Yeah.
With hashtags like derail to shame, and they paid them. And they put out all of these posts and went to all of these conventions and promoted the narrative that you can be healthy at any size. And it's just a flat out lie. It is a flat earther conversation. It is pseudoscience at its best. There's no truth behind that. There's a robust amount of data that show us being obese is associated with like 170 comorbidities. This is a non-factor. It's been debunked. We know this for a fact. So when that happens, what they're doing is essentially placating someone who already feels, now I can attack what's going on, or address rather, what's going on with an individual who is that size, and it is largely psychological. Once you are past the point of dad bod, you know what I mean? Like, I work 3 jobs, life beat me down, it's a food desert, and I'm 40 pounds overweight, and I've let myself go. This is a different animal. When you're dealing with somebody who is 50 plus pounds overweight, there's a psychological component. So the first thing we need to do is make them aware that there is a problem, without question. But you can do it without shame, giving them facts of, listen, this is unhealthy. And because you are such a valuable individual, I want you to understand this, because only from a place of feeling truly worthy are you able to facilitate a change. You don't work out because you hate your body. You work out because you love it. So it doesn't need to be a shaming. There's no shame there, to be honest, Joe. I know that people claim there is, because you pointed out this vulnerability or this flaw in the person, but we all have flaws and vulnerabilities. People who are overweight simply wear them. So it's easier to judge, right?
Yeah.
So by educating them first, and then without question, I like to give people, or when I was able to do the work hands-on, that rock bottom moment, because they are overweight because it is providing them with something extraordinarily significant. And I can give you examples should you need them, but I promise you that at one time or another, people turn to addictions, in this case food, because it means their psychological survival. So put simply, the most obvious example would be a person who was incested, molested, raped,
Right.
puts on weight to desexualize. That's just one example of many, but it's easy to illustrate the point. So whatever this thing is providing them is the part that's so hard to let go of.
Yeah.
Because unconsciously it's terrifying. And you got to first show them this is why we need to change. And then you got to give them that path towards change, and you got to make it harder. You got to make them feel the pain. It could be physically, it could be psychologically, but it doesn't have to be shameful, of the way they've been living, so that the work and the sacrifice associated with change is less painful than continuing the negative and destructive habits. You don't have to shame them. I know what the message seems like it is, but it really isn't.
Well, the whole term fat shaming is pretty recent, right?
Yes, very. Let's get right back to when I was just, you asked me what I lost. So,
Intuitive eating is a fascinating phrase. And the idea that this is by the same people that used to be in charge of tobacco.
Yep.
This is what's really crazy.
Yep.
These are the R.J. Reynolds and these tobacco companies bought all these fast food, processed food companies, and they use the same tactics that they use with that to push terrible foods on people.
Well, they literally have
Yeah.
a team of multidisciplinary scientists that work around the clock to figure out how to get people to not eat just one. And then they put it in a commercial. It's like literally in broad daylight. Look what we're doing to people.
Bet you can't eat just
one.
Yeah.
You know, but what they're doing is they are exploiting somebody's psychology and they're hijacking their biology with this food, without question. And this is why you have seen rates of obesity skyrocket from what, 70s, when it was like 5% of the adult population was overweight or obese, to 74%. Like, we're all, is it quantum leap in genetics? That's a big pharma psyop of like, no. This is all genetic. You're genetically obese. Well, where was what happened? I've never seen such a quantum leap in genetics. How come we were genetically obese in the 70s? Like, what was that tipping point, if you will, that created the cascade of obesity over the last 5 decades? Of course, it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's ingredients in food. It's really simple.
At that, and also how they engineer the environment, and you're surrounded by it. You can't escape it. Remember the days when you weren't allowed to have food at a bookstore? And now every friggin' bookstore has a cafe.
Starbucks.
Yeah, with a 600-calorie drink. You are surrounded. There's nowhere you can go right now where food is not omnipresent, in particular, this crappy food. And they generally do it through government contracts and subsidies. So it's at your schools, your hospitals, like anywhere you go, you will find this garbage food. So even if you have that moment of willpower, which is arguably this fleeting moment of bravado, if you're constantly surrounded by it, you will give in. Managing your environment is a large part of helping someone be successful. It's a Band-Aid, right? If you're dealing with sexual abuse, for example, but controlling the environment is definitely a component in helping them. You can't control the environment.
Right.
You can't control the narrative. You can't control what's in the food. And it's all by design. It's not just the crap in the food. It's how they control the narrative around it and how they engineer the environment and how they systematically shut down the people that point it out as fat shamers, for example, or racists.
Yeah.
It's another big one.
Yeah, it's a big one. Or transphobes or fill in the blank. But it's fascinating to me that hospitals fall into this. A friend of mine was visiting his friend who has prostate cancer. And this guy is in the hospital being treated for cancer. And then he went to look at what they're feeding him in the hospital. And they were feeding him applesauce, which is loaded with high fructose corn syrup, apple juice or orange juice, which is not even juice. It's concentrate. It's all bullshit.
Yep.
And then some kind of a fucking sandwich, which is made out of this processed wheat bread.
Yeah,
It's
it probably has in that
garbage.
meal alone 100+ chemicals. I think I'm being conservative.
Yeah. At a hospital.
It has to do with government contracts, though.
Yeah, but it's so crazy that hospitals, their diets in hospitals are co-opted.
I can't even, my kids, who I know will be watching this, so I love you guys. It's okay. But they stopped packing their lunches. And I was like, guys, why are we not packing our lunches anymore? And I would watch all the crap that I would buy go bad in the pantry. And my son ratted my daughter out. He's like, she's eating breakfast at school. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, the sugar cereal, who's having that at school? And I was like, what? What are you talking about? Even my kids who know better, it's.
But isn't that a rebellion against mom, though? Which kids definitely do. Like my youngest daughter, she jokes around about, she's like, ooh, seed oils. I love seed oils. She'll have salad dressing with seed oil, and she like mocks me. I'm like, okay, you eat whatever you want, but just know what it is.
I honestly think the kids know what it is. And I try to give them enough freedom now at these ages, 13 to 15, to make some of their own decisions. So not everything is a pushback, but I truly think there is an addictive component.
Oh, for sure.
And she just, it's like, I'm so good at home. I don't mean to associate, not good, but I eat well at home. Let's put it that way. And just at school, I'm just going to do this at school. And the problem obviously is when she goes off to college, I won't be able to control the environment at home. And I'm like, honey, okay, hold on. Forgive me. There's a 20-year-old influencer named Bad Baby, I think. Joe, she
I know
saw
that
this.
is.
Okay, she saw this girl.
That's the lady from Dr. Phil.
Yes!
Catch Me Outside.
Catch Me Outside. So she saw this girl when she was like 9 and has followed Bad Baby. Bad Baby now has cancer.
What?
I believe so. And
For real?
According
Isn't she,
to
like,
my
20?
daughter, exactly the point, though. That's exactly the point. And so now I can say to my kids, this isn't just mom's generation, which, how come? There's something else to look at. My mom is 76. None of the public figures in her generation got cancer. You didn't see Susan Sarandon or Sigourney Weaver or Meryl Streep. None of them got cancer. But in my generation, it's like Maria Menounos, Christina Applegate, something's going on with Angelina Jolie, Kate Middleton. In my generation, the canary is dead in the coal mine. It's not even a question of the negative impact. If we're not looking at statistics, if we're just looking from an observational perspective, it's in the news every single day. Someone's dealing with cancer. Olivia Munn. Now you're seeing 20-year-olds deal with this. And I was able to point to that to my daughter and say, this is the shit that I am talking about. She's 5 years older than you.
What does that lady have? Does it say?
Yeah, she's claimed that she's got a form of leukemia, I believe. But people,
They debate, they doubt her?
Yeah, for sure, they doubt her. I don't know
Well,
that
she's a little bit kooky, right?
Sure.
There's still, you still can't point to the fact. Even if it's not Bad Baby, who may be lying, I'm
I
not
like
sure.
how you're using that name, Bad Baby.
Is it Bad Baby? I said Bad Bunny the other day, and my kids are like, no, that's the rapper.
She says she insisted she'd been cleared for surgery and she has no regrets about her cosmetic tweaks. What does a cosmetic tweak have to do with leukemia?
I don't know.
I think people are
They're
just
not going to perform plastic surgery on a cancer patient. What? Is she getting plastic surgery? What is this article about? Go
No,
scroll
look
up.
at the chronic
Go out.
myeloid leukemia piece, because that's the part I know about.
breaks silence on claims she lied about having cancer after being slammed for vaping.
Oh God, did she lie about it?
I was just showing you that.
Go back up.
Because I thought she had like a wig.
Go
My
back up,
daughter said
please.
she lost her hair.
21 says currently battling chronic, how do you say that? Myeloid leukemia.
Yeah.
Criticized for getting cosmetic surgery while battling disease, which is pretty crazy. Is that really true?
That's the part that.
She underwent plastic surgery and challenged rival Alabama Barker to a physical fight,
See, that's
all
right.
while battling leukemia.
Apparently, Alabama Barker did not show up for that fight because my daughter was very disappointed by that.
What they were going to meet somewhere
They're
in
supposed
an
to
actual
meet,
fight?
I think, in Calabasas and throw down.
Oh boy, the Calabasas throwdown,
That's
the
right.
classic.
Of
It
course.
used to be an old West shootout. Now it's a Calabasas throwdown.
Sure, there's a hair
between
pulling and all kinds of stuff.
influencers.
But
Oh, boy.
what I can tell you with certainty is that the rate of early onset cancer diagnosis in people 18 to 49 has gone up 79% over the past 2 decades. So if in fact Bad Baby is being untruthful and deceitful, those statistics are real.
Yes, those statistics are real, and including the big leap since the COVID vaccine was rolled out.
You know, I don't have any information on that.
There was a doctor that was on the Tucker Carlson show the other day that's saying he's seeing pancreatic cancer in kids for the first time ever in his career. Said, my entire career I never saw pancreatic cancer in children.
Okay, I want to play devil's advocate to that
Please do.
argument and simply say the statistic that I just cited, I believe, came out in 2019. So this is pre-COVID.
Oh, I'm
times.
not doubting that
So-
diet and environmental factors. I think there's a host of different things going
agree.
on. For sure, there's pesticides and herbicides. That's a major factor. You know, when you look at the fact that 90+% of people have Roundup in their blood, that's crazy.
You know that stuff is linked to chemical warfare from Vietnam. It has a historical connection to Agent Orange.
Really?
Yeah. Google it. Jamie, check that. But yeah, because I wrote about it in a book. Ugh. I know. That should alarm you.
Glyphosate is everywhere. It's so spooky. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. We've talked about digital threats and protecting your personal information on the show before, but it's just as important that you take care of yourself and your loved ones in the real world too, and that's where Simply Safe comes in for your home security system. They use a mix of AI technology and real live breathing people to keep you safe. Like if some weirdo is loitering around your property, AI-powered cameras can help detect it, and agents can act quickly to deter them or contact the police. But Simply Safe is there for more than just the bad stuff. Their cameras also capture the moments you might want to save, like the first time your daughter rides her bike down the driveway, or your kid is opening their acceptance letter from college on the front porch. Keep your family safe so you can experience moments like that more often. Try out Simply Safe. They've got a 60-day satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Plus, you can get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free. Just go to simplysafe.com/Rogan. That's simplysafe.com/Rogan for 50% off and your first month free. There's no safe like Simply Safe. And other countries won't even allow its use.
Nope.
And we spray it on everything. Not only that, we have like corn that's genetically engineered to be immune to glyphosate, so they can just spray the shit out of it. And then you eat that corn and you're getting glyphosate residue. You're just getting it, and it's in your blood.
It's in everything.
It's in everything.
Runs
It's in
off
rice.
into the water.
It's in wheat. Yeah.
It's in
It's in the runoff, so it gets in the fish. You know, most freshwater fish have toxic levels of lead and or heavy metals in them. Like most freshwater fish, you
didn't
really
know that.
probably shouldn't be eating.
I knew big predatory fish.
Yes, that's in the ocean, but that's heavy metals
not
from the
know that.
ocean, which is also from us. But that's mercury. But there's toxic levels of heavy metals and pollutants and forever chemicals that are in freshwater fish. Because all that shit that's in the ground gets into lakes.
Right.
All that shit that all the runoff, all that stuff gets into streams, gets into creeks, gets into rivers. We watched a video when we had Will Harris from White Oak Pastures on the podcast, and he showed the difference between his regenerative farm that doesn't use any pesticides or herbicides and his neighbor's farm. And there's literally a dividing line in the river where you can see the runoff from his neighbor's farm turns the entire river brown. And it's legal. It's legal to pollute
Of course.
because it's industrial farming.
Exactly.
But it's crazy. It's just like all that industrial fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides are running off because the topsoil's dead. So all that stuff is running off as soon as it rains, and it runs right into the river. And you can see a dividing line. There's like clear water on one side and this disgusting brown, dirty water on the right side.
Have you seen where it runs from the river into the ocean and creates dead zones that you can see from space?
No oxygen.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nothing but jellyfish
well, I
for
have
miles.
a friend of mine who's a yoga instructor, and he's from Argentina. And he came to America, and no one told him. He was in L.A. No one told him, don't surf after it rains. So he was surfing, and he didn't understand that all the runoff from all the streets goes into the ocean. He got horribly sick.
Yeah.
And, he was bedridden. And he was like, what the fuck is going on with the ocean?
Yeah, having grown up in California and spending a lot of time in the water, I have known this for years, and now I can't even imagine, by the way, in California, who would dare to get in the ocean at this point, considering all of the crap from the fires. That's a great irony.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my favorite. Oh, we're not doing any forestry mitigation because of the environment, and yet these fires have rolled back all of those protections by something like 20 years.
Yeah.
Is it just...
Well, that ground's ruined forever.
Destroyed, and then pours into the ocean.
Twice the size of Manhattan, ruined ground. All those people that had electric cars, those batteries, all that shit is all the plastics and the fiberglass and carbon fiber, all that stuff, the tires, all that stuff is now in the soil. And good luck having a garden. Good
I
luck.
know.
You want to try to grow plants? Good luck.
I was talking to, I don't know if you've ever seen this gentleman. He's really great. He wrote a book called Eat to Beat Disease, named Dr. William Lee, and he called me after the fire because I was out there visiting my mom. He's like, where are you? Are you in California? And I was like, I am at the moment. In fact, I'm right here by Palisades. And he said, Jill, do you remember 9/11 dust? That whole thing with all that? I was like, of course I remember. Send me a bunch of articles. And he's like, you got to get out of there. Get your mom out of there. He's like, it gets in your kids' clothes when they're on their way to school. He goes, we're going to be talking about this 10 years from now, the result of the toxins in this fire and how they've affected people's health.
No doubt. No doubt.
Crazy. And it happens
crazy.
twice a year.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, I was evacuated 3 times when I lived in LA.
In fact, I lost 2 homes. One that I owned in 2018 and one that I sold in 21 just actually burnt.
Ugh.
It's nuts.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And nothing's, I mean, what they did during the fire was just so insane. Like the fact that the reservoir was empty. Oh, we need to make a lid for it. We didn't get around to it.
For over a year, and it hadn't even begun.
No.
There were so many things wrong there that I could
What's
literally...
lack of funding, Jillian? They don't have enough money.
I can't.
They don't have
Have you
money.
seen Mike Schellenberger talk about this?
Yes, he's
That will
great.
make your blood boil.
Yeah. No, Schellenberger's great.
I love him. He's like, we knew about this for 7 days with the winds, and we could have,
Mm-hmm.
we could have borrowed firefighters from all different states and this and that, and had them
Karen Bass
pre-positioned.
went to Ghana for a
Oh
birthday
my
party.
God, knowing between Mike Schellenberger and
Yeah.
Corolla, whipping me into a frenzy about this. I literally think I've like popped 10 blood vessels because so much of this could have been mitigated and wasn't. And in fact, Gavin Newsom, my favorite politician.
He's my favorite podcaster. I wish we'd get back to it. He stopped. I don't know why he stopped.
Oh, did he stop? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
fucking show was horrible.
Oh God,
Everybody was mocking him. It was so bad for him. He had this idea of reaching across the aisle. So he reached across the aisle and he gets guys like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon on, and they eat his lunch. And people I think in his party were like, "What the fuck are you doing? You're making us look horrible." So he bails on his podcast. When was his last episode?
I didn't realize he bailed.
Oh, he's back.
We weren't gonna get that lucky.
month.
I don't think so.
Oh, Rahm Emanuel. Okay, now he's with his own side.
Yeah.
Scott Galloway,
Okay.
pretty much his own side.
Yeah.
Anthony Scaramucci, he hates Trump. That's a good move.
Yep.
Ezra Klein. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's gone away. It's just that it's so horrible nobody's watching it, and no one's even talking about it anymore.
Yeah, that might be.
This is
it.
Gavin Newsom.
Oh my God.
But it was so funny
brutal.
because that was the response after the election. They said, well, podcasts influenced the election, so we'll start our own podcast. Your podcast is going to make people even more inclined to not vote for you.
My favorite was we know our own version of Joe Rogan, and I love when I remember when you loved Bernie. You were like, I like the guy. You had Joe Rogan. Joe was on your side, and that's the one thing with the left is they purge people from the party.
Because
these
it's a
days.
cult. It really is. Like leftism, not being an actual progressive. Like an actual progressive is a person who's kind, who wants people to just exist and be yourself and live amongst us. And we should all have social safety net and laws that like are kind and compassionate. We should look at the fact that we are an incredible first world nation, and we should like roll out the red carpet to all the people that live here and try to make it a better place for everybody. That's real progressivism. And then it morphed into this like, let perverts get into the women's room, let men compete in women's sports, and ignore the fact that some people are fucking psychotic, and give them a blank check as long as they just say they're a woman. Like, oh, you're a woman, go ahead, carte blanche, get in. And not only that, but treat them better than you treat women themselves, because they're actually more oppressed than women.
Isn't
So
that
it's the
wild?
oppression hierarchy.
Right.
So they get the gold medal in the oppression Olympics. It's bananas.
It is bananas. It really is. I can't. That's the stuff where you look and you say, I was never for any of this.
Yeah.
I'm a libertarian, I'm for personal freedoms, of course. If you want to change your gender as an adult, that's absolutely up to you, and I would fight for your right to do that and live with dignity. But when your personal choices impact the rights and the freedoms of others, this is a far more nuanced conversation.
Far more.
And it's like, whoa.
Especially when you're dealing with kids. And
Oh, that's a whole different
This
beast.
is where it gets really crazy.
No, that's evil.
There's this hilarious conversation between this woman who's like, she looks like she's probably in her 70s. And this person's asking her, if you had a granddaughter, would you support them taking puberty blockers? She's like, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's insane to try to force a girl to go through puberty if she's really a boy and this and that. Would you allow them to get a tattoo? Oh, I think that's permanent. No irony. Seconds later, no recognition of what she's saying. No, like tattoos can be removed, lady.
I know.
Yeah, they can laser
don't-
those off.
Have you noticed though? They really don't understand it.
No.
And I got in a conversation with Jessica Tarlov about this, and she's like, "Oh, but the kids go through extensive therapy." I'm like, "That's not true, Jessica." Or the concept that it's reversible. People
That's not
believe
true.
this exactly.
Not only is it not true, but puberty blockers are the exact same thing they give to sex criminals. When you have a sexual molester that is forced to be on sterilization drugs, that's exactly what they give to young boys.
It sterilizes kids.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Takes away sexual function. They can, if you interrupt puberty in the stage 10 or 2. And the reason I bring this up is because they'll tell you it's reversible.
No.
But here's the thing. I actually went through this exercise with somebody and I was like, show that to me. And they went on ChatGPT and it's like, yes, this is reversible. And the argument is that should you have a child that starts puberty at 7 and you use puberty blockers, it's very rare, it can happen, and they do it strategically to slow that down for a child and help them develop at a normal pace, it doesn't sterilize them or make them incapable of having an orgasm. So the distinction that's key is when you block puberty at the stage of 10 or 2, which is arguably the appropriate age that puberty is meant to begin, then you've got sterilization, you've got an inability to ever have an orgasm, it affects bone development, it affects brain
Gives them
development.
strokes.
It's terrible for them.
Yeah.
They're freaking children. Their body is not developed properly. Nobody understands that. They don't, when they make that argument, they're told the parting line of, if you make them go through this, they'll kill themselves. And it turns out that the data doesn't bear out to prove that either. But they
Not only
haven't-
that, it goes the other way. The data goes the other way.
It goes
They're
the other way.
25% more likely to commit suicide, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety. All those things ramp up once they've transitioned. Because they realize like they've made a horrible mistake and they've been influenced by these crazy people. They want to use them as like virtue flags. They want to use children as virtue flags. It's fucking insane. They also shouldn't be allowed to call them a different thing than when they call them chemical castration drugs for sex offenders, but yet they call them puberty blockers.
And gender affirming care.
Gender affirming
Isn't
care.
that lovely?
Yeah, it's fucking barbaric and
It is.
bananas. And we're going to look back at it the same way we looked at lobotomies. You know, we performed lobotomies for, I think, roughly around 50 or 60 years. I think they stopped it in 1967. I think that's when they stopped the last lobotomies. And then they realized, like, oh my God, this is a terrible thing to do. But they did it for so fucking long. And this is the same thing that's going to happen with this whole gender affirming care thing for minors. It's crazy. Kids don't know what's going on. You have children, you know what it's like.
Oh, yeah.
They go through phases and cycles. They become tomboys, and boys play with dolls. Like, who cares? By the way, a lot of those boys that want to transition, it turns out they're just gay. And if you just leave them and let them be gay, and a lot of my gay friends fucking hate it because they're like, you're trying to erase gay people. And you're trying to say that all these gay people are really in the wrong gender.
Gosh, I've never thought of it from that angle. I have seen the financial component, though.
Oh, that's a
it's
big problem.
multi-billion-dollar business.
That's where it's evil.
And when you look at who's funding this stuff, I remember, my God, I used to go to the friggin' human rights campaign dinners and donate. You know, when you're fighting for gay marriage and I'm a good liberal. And now, when you go to their page, if they've got a score, and forgive me, I can't remember the friggin' name of it, but there's a score where they rate different medical institutions on how they provide gender affirming care. And if they get a bad score, it impacts, I think, how much grant money they can get.
Mm-hmm.
There's a page for this. I believe it's through the HRC on their website. And when you look at who funds it, like, Pfizer. Like, oh, that's not at all surprising. One drug, I think Lupron, is almost $1 billion a year business.
Boy.
Off-label. I forgive me, it's been a minute since I've looked into this, but I'm in the zone for sure.
Oy.
Yeah, terrifying stuff.
Well, it's just the money thing is so scary because when money gets attached to anything, all ethics and morals go out the window, and they just try to make as much money from these things as is humanly possible. And they've always done that.
Yep,
They've
they
always
have.
done that across the board with virtually everything, and we're surprised when it happens with children.
I don't know. You and I are surprised, but I think most people are not awake at all about it.
No, most people aren't awake at all. And if it doesn't affect them personally, they feel like it's important to espouse these beliefs because these beliefs show that you're a good progressive.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, it's like people's minds have been co-opted by, I don't necessarily believe in demons and angels. I don't believe that. But if you were the devil, like, wouldn't money be your most valuable tool to get people to do absolutely atrocious, evil things that are going to ruin their lives? Money
Pride
is
is
like the
number one.
devil's playground. It's like where the devil can convince good people to do things, and then you use words like gender-affirming care, and you can kind of like change the narrative. But the end result is really just you're profiting off of people's confusion, and you're doing so in a way where you're sacrificing. It's literal child sacrifice. Those children that wind up committing suicide because they went through this gender-affirming care and are horribly depressed, and they don't have breasts anymore, and they're so confused, and they can't have children anymore, and they just wind up killing themselves. And this is sacrifice. This is like a form of child sacrifice for financial gain. I mean, you're not sacrificing them to the gods or to demons. You're doing it to money. And it's really wild that we can't see that. We can't like look at all the data and see and understand like the complex interaction of human beings and people that are around them that influence them, and that they get encouragement, and then they get positive feedback, and then they show up at school wearing lipstick, and everyone's like, "You're amazing now, Bobby." Like, now that you're Roberta, like now you're amazing. You used to be some guy that got stuffed into a locker, and now your girl is incredible, and you're giving them this positive feedback. And it's money, and people are profiting off of it. It's fucking insane, and it's so wild to watch it all play out and realize, like, we are so vulnerable to influence. Human beings are so. I mean, this is why cults exist. This is why people are willing to be religious martyrs and blow themselves up. And which, by the way, like, why do they do that? Why do they get kids to wear suicide vests? Because you can't convince a 55-year-old guy to do it. 55 guy with a job and a family and a lot of interests and good friends. Tough to get him to wear that suicide vest.
Right.
He's like, what? What am I doing? I'm going to a mall. What the fuck?
So
No, why am I doing that? I'm going to heaven, and I'm going to get 72 virgins. Can you show me these virgins? Like, is there a fucking... What happened to them? How did these poor virgins wind up in heaven just getting raped by this 55-year-old guy who blew himself up? Like, this is fucking insane.
I know.
Well, you can't get adults to believe that, but you can get children to believe that. So we don't want to, like, take that same ability to influence and then just transfer it over to children. And
I'm not quite sure why the human mind is so fragile. I've asked myself that so many times. And this is going to sound totally off-piste here, but you brought up demons and what have you, and I just watched that. I didn't read the book, so forgive me, but I watched the documentary on the book, Chaos, on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I read the book.
Okay. Are you not completely... I cannot wrap my head around how Manson got seemingly normal people to commit this kind of murder. And when you listen to these women talk about it, they're like, and then I stabbed her 15 times and I felt the knife go into her hip bone, and she looked at me and said, I'm dead. And that, like, no emotion. What did you do to this woman's mind? And you can't say she's an outlier,
right,
because he was able to convince the group of people.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot understand this kind of
well, that's
fragility.
complex.
What is
Well,
that?
that's MK
though?
Ultra.
Is it not? Is it that? Do you think
no,
it's that?
No, 100%. That's Jolly West. Jolly West was the CIA operative who visited Manson in jail. He's also the guy that visited Jack Ruby after he shot Kennedy. And then
Right,
Jack
okay.
Ruby starts saying, I'm seeing demons and the Jews are on fire. And, Jack Ruby didn't have a history of mental illness like that, like complete psychotic breakdowns. But he did after Jolly West visited him
Did not
in
know
jail.
this.
Yeah, there was there's real documentation about those experiments. One of them is Operation Midnight Climax. So the CIA was operating brothels, and they were operating brothels where they would have two-way mirrors, and they would be behind the mirrors, and these prostitutes who were working for the CIA would give the Johns LSD, and then they would observe them. This is all
I
documented.
know. I knew a little bit about MK Ultra, obviously, and that they were using psychedelics to influence people and try to gain mind
LSD in
control.
particular, yeah.
Okay, so here's my question, though. This is what I find so fascinating. Do you think that the LSD simply accelerated that mental vulnerability or the ability to warp someone's mind? Because when you tell people now you're going to perform a sex change on a child, they think that's a good idea. And I'll tie it back to one thing that also is seemingly unrelated, but everyone's outraged about RFK. He's not a doctor. Oh my God, he's trying to get to the root of autism and he's misguided about it. Where was your outrage when Xavier Becerra, who's not a doctor, wanted to remove all age limits for sex changes on kids, whether surgery or not, the medicalization component that we talked about? Like, that to me is all group psychosis. I wonder, to get an adult I'm like, where's your outrage and your concern about this? Because this is batshit crazy.
Right.
And nobody said a word. Nobody cared. It went completely under the radar. And I'm just wondering if the ability to capture someone's mind in the way that they did, these CIA studies, did LSD simply accelerate a vulnerability that's already pre-existing, and you're watching the brainwashing of people go on over the course of decades? Because if you said this to a person, arguably when in Obama's first term, when he ran on gay marriage, that you were going to run sex changes on children in the year 2024, people would have lost their friggin' mind.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's just a complete, it's just, they must have been brainwashed, though.
Yeah, it is brainwashing. And cults, we all know that cults are real, right? We
Yes.
all know about the Manson family. We all know about Jim Jones. We all know about cults. And we know that human beings are very vulnerable to group influence. Now, when you have someone that's actually being trained by people that are psychologists and that understand influence, and then also trained in using the implementation of LSD on these people, one of the things that Manson would do is he would pretend to take LSD, and then he would give it to them and then influence them while they were under the influence and he was sober. And this was all learned through the Harvard LSD studies, which, by the way, created the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies.
Oh my God, how do I not know this?
Yeah, well,
I know he was a
most people-
genius.
Yeah,
It's about,
Well, there was a bunch of things wrong with him. First of all, when he was a baby, he was severely ill, and they put him in some sort of an infirmary, and he didn't have any human touch for months. Wow. For months. They like when he cried and he's in his crib, they left him there. His brother talked about it. There's a documentary on Netflix about him, and his brother talked about, like, even before the Harvard LSD studies, he was like really fucked up, complete lack of empathy, like, and
He was
just
a sociopath.
Yeah, complete sociopath as a young man. And it would express itself when he would experience rejection from women. He would have like violent reactions to that rejection and write them horrific letters and torture them and yell at them.
Oh,
and,
Jesus, it's so scary.
And then Then he goes through the Harvard LSD studies, which a part of his particular studies was humiliation. So he would be under the influence and they would humiliate him and they would abuse him and try to get him to a certain state of mind. So then this guy goes off to Berkeley, becomes a professor, and his whole idea is to just make enough money so that he can implement this program. Here's what's crazy about his ideas. He's kind of right.
Okay.
So he's kind of right, and he thinks that technology is going to replace human beings. Like, he sees this through all of his acid trips, that human beings are going to be replaced. And we probably are.
Yeah.
We probably are going to be replaced by AI.
It's
we
happening.
probably are going to be replaced by synthetic life that we create, and we're facilitating that with our reliance on technology. So he decides he's going to live off the grid in a cabin and kill all the people that are involved in technology. A very twisted, distorted reaction to this thing that we're recognizing as being real in 2025, that we are experiencing. We have AI on our phones now.
Right.
You know, we're constantly being monitored. We're constantly being surveilled. Your rights are getting very murky because all of your data is being given away. Everybody knows everything about you. It's easy to influence people with algorithms and also with bots, and it's being
Controlling
used for political
information.
discourse. It's
Completely.
being used for so many different things. Essentially, you know, we don't want to think that cults can be half the country. But it for sure can be half the country. It can be the whole country. If you live under Sharia law, it's the whole country.
Of course.
The whole country believes that women have to cover every part of their body except their eyeballs. You know,
Yes.
and this is this kind of thinking. We're very vulnerable to groupthink, and especially groupthink that's being like intentionally manipulated also, and then being done with psychedelic drugs. Now, they did it during the Manson era because they were trying to stop the anti-war movement. So they were trying to, like the hippies and all these people that were like, hey, make love, not war.
Right.
Like, we have to change the association that the general public has with these people because too many people are joining up with them. And so what they did was they got the Manson family and they got him to commit these horrific crimes. And every time Charles Manson would get arrested, he would get let out of jail. I mean, he was violating parole left and right. And the cops that arrested him were all being told when they were interviewed, they would say, this is above my pay grade. They're telling me that I have to let him go. So they would be contacted by someone from the State Department or wherever and saying, let him go.
I saw that somewhat alluded to in the documentary of like, well, you know, when the one guy, I'm going to botch this, never mind. Bottom line is they generally alluded to that. But because I didn't read the book, there wasn't that kind of in-depth takeaway at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, the documentary is only like 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's very short.
Yeah, the
and
book
it draws a connection, but it doesn't prove out its points. And I couldn't quite understand, like, well, where's the proof of it until you just explained it to
Tom
me.
O'Neill, the guy.
All right, yo, what's going on, gamers? So, I have not really been talking about AC Shadows because, you know, I've just started up this channel again because, you know, I really like having variety stuff to talk about. Plus, a lot of these, you know, I love all kinds of video games, not just gacha games, but AC Shadows has not been something I've talked about, and I know a lot of it that has been going on, right? I keep up with pretty much. Even though I don't talk about it, I haven't uploaded on this occasion. Sad. At the end of the video, content creator.
Sorry.
He makes the greatest videos I've ever seen. So let's watch this video.
Yo, what's up, player? Sorry, I was just practicing my Japanese. Pimps, we did it. Assassin's Creed Shadows is a hit. Our stock is zooming.
Let's
it's
go.
actually in the free fall. Tell them we got another 1 million players. Hell, make it 2 million more players. Fuck them, they can't prove anything. It works. The stock is skyrocketing because that's what I do. Go get yourself.
This game, it bombed, and now AC Shadows, or not AC Shadows, but now Ubisoft belongs to China. I can't wait, chat, because you know these companies. Why would you go to Western game companies?
Hi, we're fleeking over the You could also have a negative $2,000 raise. Eat shit and die. Hi, we're fleeking over the little guy, and our consultant division was hired a few years ago to help Ubisoft make Assassin's Creed Shadows the smash hit it is today. In fact, you're fired. The game was too successful. We can't afford you anymore. Which actually leads me to my next point. A disturbing amount of you seem to think that this major success will allow the 19,000 people working here to keep their jobs. And unfortunately, that's just not true. Notice how that number doesn't say number 1 in day one?
Second highest day one sales revenue in Assassin's Creed franchise history. Wait, which one was number one? Biggest Ubisoft day one ever on PlayStation Digital Store. Best community ever with over 40 million hours already played. I don't buy that.
Earnings? Well, that means we'll be laying off at least a couple thousand Frenchmen and we'll be replacing them with several more sweatshops. And just as a little side note on all that sweatshop business, we are deeply disturbed. That word got out about that. Why the hell do you think we hired them? Because they tuck them in at 5 o'clock and have an office wine cooler? We already tried that, and look at how that worked out for us. We got Frenchies starting a revolution every other goddamn day. You know what the nice thing is about sweatshops? They don't pay them enough to buy picket signs. Allegedly, from what I hear, people say this.
Okay, changing games.
saying. I'm pointing out the
I don't give a flying fuck.
That's fine.
You have a point you want to get to?
Yeah, well, I guess the point is women would absolutely need men. I don't know in what world women would need men. Men protect women from all of the harshness of reality and nature.
What? Hold on. Like what?
Like nature.
The world is madness, and man tries his best. Good luck, have fun, and enjoy.
You look good, Vern.
Fuck! I was overly aggressive. And my controls were a little bit scrambled there.
I see you're a good luck.
That might fuck us over in the long run. I'm gonna play a little bit better.
We will never yield. Good luck.
Uh-oh. No wonder this is getting weird. I call bullshit on that.
Your time to shine, Maurice. We're not dying today.
Guys, is really low.
Keep fighting, Maurice. Won't lie, this always weirds me out.
5 minutes alone. I have ult. Fuck, she escaped me.
Don't worry, Maurice. I see him.
Nice.
We keep this up, they won't have a chance in hell.
Fuck. Survive Infernus.
Keep the pressure up, Maurice.
Nice, dude.
Hit the dirt. Go back.
Yeah, I might be screwed right now. I am not screwed right now. Nice. That is bad.
You're not killing us.
I have ult. And they too have it.
I see Ivy.
I'm going from behind.
Start digging.
You can push now.
If you need more protection, you know where to find me.
Babe, you are abusing them.
Guys was one hit away alone. That was sad for me.
We will back down from evil. Keep the pressure up, Maurice.
She's so low again.
Well played.
I'll be ready to lock them down.
Charge is almost ready.
Rage Bob's active.
Well played.
Knock down Warden.
We can put these souls to good use.
It's been a while.
Ah, you have discerning taste. You think you got the edge? We need to keep the advantage. We're not dying today.
Fuck, Warden here. We have tree and green.
Well played.
Here's your chance to shape your destiny.
Splash just left yellow with full HP, so he might go try to ult somewhere.
Fuck, that's bad news. Oh, nice.
Another part of the ritual complete. Ready to get up close. I'm holding up.
Nice.
We will never yield.
Fuck, go in there in furnace.
Good teamwork. We have you now.
Come out, Abe.
You're welcome.
Are they chasing you?
I see someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
Nice.
Thank you.
In fairness, McGinnis is coming. Be careful. And Warden 2. And Ivy 2. We have 4 in green. 4.
Well played.
Fuck.
You think people would be more excited about a jar of Cancel than for long. You.
Last year. Nice.
I thought they'd put up a fight. I guess I can be wrong.
If things go bad, we need an exit strategy.
Nice.
We're not done.
Guys, then Ivy here in green.
We live in interesting times, don't we?
Guardian has been defeated.
You think I'm gonna slow down? I've got bad news for you.
Our blue guard has been
Going blue.
well played.
Keep the pressure up, Morris.
Your arcane mastery will grow.
Shall we try to defend?
Our blue walker is under attack.
It's just us out here.
The urn has been delivered.
rage buff's active.
Casting, you can have it.
Thank you. That's actually what I needed.
Don't back down. Nice hook.
Seem to be drained.
Nice.
We are closer to completing it.
Going yellow.
They took out Bebo.
I'm coming, Mo. I'm here.
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna worry about. Oh fuck, green. Going green.
Work, Seven.
Oh, forgot about it. It's only creepers.
Keep the pressure up, Morris. We don't back down from anyone.
Going blue. Nice. Motherfucker.
You guys getting the message yet?
Well, he's dead. I have multiple people here. Thank you. La-da-dee, la-da-da. I love being tanky. I got him.
Come on, try to kill me.
The urn is ours.
Well, that was painful. We were doing so good for a moment.
Someone's using their noodle.
Going yellow.
Take care of them, Maurice. Let's keep this up.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Who left this lying here? Bebop has it! Maurice, now! Looks like a third.
Ow!
Take out Lash.
How it's done.
Nice. This Mo run has been beautiful. Mo is hard to play when you want to play him right. But when you actually get it going, it's so fun to play him. We could go mid. Yep, that's what I was about to say.
Ready to use item.
Ah, fuck. A 7 with ult and unstoppable is just evil.
Ready to use item. Ready to use enough. Ready to use curse.
Holy shit! What kind of fucking build do you have to?
Fucking AIDS build.
People are gonna hate your ass.
I want others to suffer.
Warden's over there.
I got him!
Well, that warden hates my ass, that's for sure.
Good ult.
Thank you.
Abrams, there is a health buff here. Although I can take it too. Do you want it?
Just take it, just take it.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Going blue. Charging in. Getting my tanky ass up. I have Ivy. Nice.
Stunned, guys.
I played well, really. That 7 had an evil build. That build was just horrendously evil. That is some downright horish. That is some diabolical shit right there. Good luck, have fun, and enjoy.
If they want to kill me, they're gonna have to work.
Welcome to my shop of curiosity. Hope you win whatever fight fight you're about to start?
No one stands in my way.
You got expensive taste. I love it. If you need more protection, you know where to find me.
But no one stands toe-to-toe with me. Nothing stops me.
That guy Abrams isn't going down.
Oh boy.
Fly away. I can afford new gear.
We live in interesting times, don't we?
Stop Abrams.
Thank you.
I see Krill.
I'll make work for me. Stand and
posición y se me olvidó hacer ejercicio. No, porque yo te dije que si me iban a poner en una posición nueva, yo te dije a ellos que más vale que me por la maestría, razones educativas, me tienen que mandar de nuevo para la casa. Y dijeron, no, está bien, porque ellos no quieren problemas de ese tipo, ya que es un buen argumento a mi favor. Pero ahora bien, aún no me han mandado, pero sí ya me dieron la computadora y no sé cuándo me van a volver a mandar, cuándo voy a volver a la casa, pero espero que sea pronto. Sí, lo único que no le puedo decir ahora es que tengo clases, no vaya problema. Vamos a ver qué pasa, ellos no me lo quieren dejar.
Take the fucking bullet.
Your enemies will curse your name.
Another bullet.
I'll take you all on.
Sí, yo seguramente he pensado eso.
This last one.
Mid-boss has arrived.
I got her.
Llegado muchas cosas, pero no han llegado todo, por eso no es. Sí, faltaron dos cosas, pero hay muchas. Yo creo que yo lo voy a pedir, porque no parece que las dos cosas que faltan son de Chile, van a durar tiempo en llegar, o algo así. Entonces, el único problema. No te tengo en dirección. No le he puesto todavía. Yo veré. Necesito, por ejemplo, tú siempre dices manzana C1, algo así, eso no es suficiente para ellos, hay que ser más detallista. A ellos tú no puedes venir a decirle nada. Como cuando tú me llamas a mí y tú me dices que le diga el taxi, dile tal y tal cosa, con ellos no.
Got a hook here.
Espera, escríbemelo para yo escribirlo en su plataforma.
I'll take all of you.
No, porque funciona de la manera de que tú escribes, tú lo escribes en la plataforma. Es decir, me cargo, y ellos tienen que tener escrito, ¿tú me entiendes? Hay que ya hacer problema. A diferencia de lo normal. Escríbemelo con todos los detalles del mundo para que esa gente no jodan después. Lo único que te puedo decir para asegurarnos de que después no estén gritando una vaina.
Oh, I got her. The bomb hit the one? What the fuck?
Igualmente, bye. Bebop, I don't know if you were speaking to me. Sorry, I was busy with something while I was playing, and I was speaking to somebody. What you were saying? Bebop? Fuck. This feels uncomfortable. Well, if you weren't saying something to me, Bebop, sorry if you were. The breach buff's active.
Don't mind the blood on that. It's gently used.
Fuck me, man. Sadly, I will have to go with other strategies. I wanted to go very specific, but I pretty much fucked myself over there. Fuck. Ahorita voy. Fuck me, man. I pretty much fucked myself over there.
They've taken our blue guardian.
One, 5, 10. I don't care how many. I'll stand up to them all.
Stay 2 steps ahead of death, my friend.
They've taken our yellow guardian.
Fuck, we have a snowball.
They destroyed the guardian on Greenwich. Attack. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. I'm not afraid of you. I'll run them down.
I'm over it.
Took out 7.
Sorry, 7. I couldn't save you, dude. I can kill him. Told you. I don't know what people were saying, but I know my way around. I was just busy. Okay. Paradox still here. Mo and Paradox here. Going yellow.
The urn has been dropped.
I'm angry right now, so fuck you. Fuck you. Take it fast. Breach buffs active. Nice.
Here's your chance to shape your destiny. Pull back. Tell you what, I'll throw in a freak.
That's good.
Headed to yellow.
Going green. Nice.
I'm back.
Coming in. Mo here. Wraith here. Shit. Going yellow. Well, that's bad.
I'll take all of you. I'll break their bones.
One here. One here. I'm always here. Three here. They're coming for me. All of them are here where I am. Bridge buffs active. Nice.
I've been here.
Going blue. I have ult.
I got her.
We took out Hayes.
Oh, you wanted to fight me? What am I?
Shiv is low. Kill him. Thank you. Worth it. You might be able to go mid right there if you kill somebody else.
Mirage continues to buy us time, so we may bring them.
Please come slowly down.
Go mid fast.
Firing protoplasm.
Careful with Ivy, she has stone form, and Paradox can switch one person.
The Rejuvenator is descending.
Okay, I died enough.
Let's see what this book can do.
Ready to green. Soul Urn is here.
Go into contest. I have ult again. I can start. Here they are. Wraith is here.
They took out Mirage.
I love Abrams.
Thanks for having my back.
Oh, fuck. Wait, what? You gotta be kidding me. At that point, I better say fuck it. When did they get the urn? Everything was going fine then. Oh, crap.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
No. I being Wraith here.
Let's go. We took out A. Thanks for having my back.
I see ship.
Our yellow walker is under attack. Added to York.
Oh, fuck. I don't know if we can arrive on time. Nope.
They destroyed the walker on yellow. Let's see what this book can do. enemies will curse your name. Green Walker is under attack. We make a good team. Drop it in. Opportunities for us. Stand and fight!
They're coming for my ass now.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Viscous, you have cube. Thank you.
Viscous.
I can fight again.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Headed to blue. Headed to green.
IV's here. Yeah, get out. Get out, get out, get out. Not worth it. Oh, crap. Run, Mirage!
Thank you.
Shit.
This could be a trap. Green
Terrain
Walker is
green.
under attack. They destroyed the Walker on green. Afraid of you. Such finesse, Hayes.
Things turn out for the worse in a matter of seconds.
Guy who wrote that book is he's been on the podcast before. He was my friend Greg Fitzsimmons' neighbor in New York, and he was writing this 20 plus years. So Greg was his friend when it was happening, like when he started. So what he was doing is he was writing an article. I think it was for Vanity Fair.
Let's go mid.
The Rejuvenator is descending.
If you don't get it, run back to base. Run back to base!
They have the Rejuvenator.
Crap. Too late. I'm playing like shit now.
impossible project, that's everyone's son. Bros, spawned on max difficulty, bro. Looks like everyone bros. Losing every argument, everyone saw bro being made. Bro's forehead must be dented, bro is from every race. Bro wasn't even born but had enough proteins for life. Bro is a math problem, he better learn how to fight. And he came out quick, bro flew out like a water slide. At least bro's got the NBA genetics, bro's the
Fuck me, man. Maybe I should have gone the other route. It's fun playing Spirit, but holy shit, if you're not ready to handle the defense in the late game, it's a pain in the ass. Ah, crap. It was going so good at the... Well, not really, but then I came back and later, even though I was doing a really good job, I couldn't hold it on to the late game. Crap, I need to think about what to do in that circumstance. And still, Spirit Abrams is just way too fun. When you play this character in Spirit, you're pretty much a monster nearby. You don't need to punch anything. Oh, I can try it again, or should I try something? Yeah, no, I'm trying something else. I'm trying my old reliable.
I'm right here. I think I'm going full defense in this one. I might need debug reducer for this shit.
Stay strong, buddy. If you need more protection, you know where to find it.
fighting me is a mistake.
From the mundane to the spectacular, the Curiosity Shop has what you need.
This could be a trap. Let's see what this book can do.
Infernus is one hit away.
I'll be waiting. They couldn't have gotten far. Won't be the last time.
Little bit of advice. Don't get caught.
Behind you guys, get out of there.
Let's go.
Mother.
Check out Geist.
Sorry, Geist.
Run from the storm cloud.
That's gonna help keep your blood on the inside.
Stand and fight.
Going from behind.
Couldn't let you pull that off, Fern. The detective fights for us all.
What the?
Back here.
Fucking 7 is one hit away. Shit. How I didn't kill him there, I don't know, man. There goes my record, and I'm angry still from the last fight.
We're gonna keep me down.
feel like an idiot after that shit.
Thanks for having my back. Patron.
Nice.
Let's go. They destroyed the Guardian of Greed. Fight. Green Walker is under attack. Let's stick together.
Breach Bob in 5.
Got enough for the best gear. Mid-boss has arrived.
I see, Crow. I see, Dynamo. Pull back!
Guys coming.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. I may be
I'm coming
tough,
from behind.
but I don't want to take on the whole team alone. He won't start any fires anytime soon. Green Walker is under attack. You thought you were gonna keep me down?
Many victories to come.
You got expensive taste. I love it.
Bad idea.
The detective fights for us all.
Oh crap, they taking yellow.
Walker is under attack. An ambush could be coming from anywhere.
Fuck.
steps ahead of death, my friend.
This is how it starts.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Get behind something.
Fuck. Well, going blue, Paradox is alone. Can you survive, Paradox?
Headed to blue.
Nice. Get the bridge buffs.
Take this gift.
What the hell do you mean what we're doing? We're fighting and we try to save you, but we weren't fast enough.
I'm not afraid of you.
Nice.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Going green.
Be patient. They'll come. An ambush could be coming from anywhere. I don't run from a fight.
Got 3 on blue. Maybe 4 now.
Then they're coming my way because I'm going green. And they're gonna distract them.
Like all on blue.
That's good. Taking green. Use a distraction.
They've taken our blue guardian.
Let's see what this book can do. Here I come. Let's go. I'm feeling better.
Two green.
You can't stop me.
Oh well. Go in the middle. Survive, Paradox.
Your aim is impeccable, Wraith.
Fuck, somebody going yellow.
Let's go,
I will go. You keep pushing.
Is under attack. I'm coming for you.
Nice.
Geist and Oathkeeper fight as one.
Thank you. Drop me down. Fuck. I was only able to kill 2, and Dynamo's 1 hit away. I feel like an idiot. Nice. Not so nice. Bridge buff's active. Going yellow.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. We gotta keep this up.
Taking yellow.
I may be tough. Take on your
Oh fuck, they got decay.
Please work.
Shit. I have to be wary now. I cannot go willy-nilly anymore. Oh, nice. Wait a minute. Oh.
Real missile worldwide. They came out quick, bro, flew out like a water slide. At least bro's got the NBA genetics, bro's the real missile worldwide. Bro, you won't be able to make your mama jokes. Bro is a collection of genetic codes. Bro can choose.
They want to kill me. They're gonna have to work for it.
Tree here.
We can win this.
The bad news is they're hunting me down now. They're not letting me do shit. Wherever I go, there will appear at least 3 of them. Fuck. And we are now have a stalemate in yellow. We'll play different now. Nice.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Nice, Wraith. Nice.
Thanks.
I'm just happy that we're ignoring everything else for me. Nice. Very nice.
Paradox, you work well with others.
Creating a distraction. Careful with Dynamo, he has ult. AKA, you catch he catch you and you're dead. But they might come for me again.
Such blessings I shall give.
Fuck. That's what I'm worried about.
This could be a trap. Dream's over, Hayes.
You're looking to survive. You came to the right place.
I take full responsibility for that dumb shit.
Like his clothes. Everyone has a collective stake in bro. Bring childhood days, thinking of comebacks already. Bro has to eat more than live for both sides of the family. KD in there somewhere, bro has every eye color there is. This senior year project don't be to research who his dad is. They need a
Nice. Going green.
Green, the spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
This is the end. Not happening. Let's go.
Momo, I think we have a problem.
Won't kill me.
See you at the game Sunday, Krill. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Well, looky here.
We could go mid right now. Anybody wants to go mid?
Let's do it.
Ah. We need to be careful with Dynamo and 7. We need to, everybody needs to be here, or else it's gonna be a problem. Okay, Dynamo is in green. That's the good news.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Blocked that off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken.
Let's push base. Everybody concentrated on me. That was not pretty. Well, we have some good news at least. All of them except Infernus used ult. And Mo is the only one that can refill it really fast. So we need to attack right away. After we revive, we need to go to base right away again. Because they don't have ult and we need to exploit that. Nice. Rush them. Well, of course, as fast as we can. I feel like I need you after saying that.
Grow stronger.
Fuck, everybody was not here. That was stupid of me to push like that. Oh, nice. Holy shit, nice.
Tick, tick, tick. Playtime.
the parent teacher conference I watched in being made. She swallowed most of his siblings. Bro will have so many choices on Culture Day. Bro's the chosen one to destroy racism. He has a bit of everyone in him. Someone could quite literally search the bed he saw that he was made in. Shut it!
What the hell do you mean? We're winning.
Our blue walker is under attack. Burn it down. They've taken our green walker.
We gotta keep this.
They destroyed the walker on blue.
Where's everybody? Everybody was not in blue. That's bad. Yamato and Seven are low. I dunk him down. I think you didn't see me. That's why you didn't capitalize on it. It's understandable. I literally stop him with because Abrams ult can counter 7 if he doesn't have an unstoppable. Nice! Not so nice. Not so nice. Holy shit. We were doing so good at the beginning. Thank you. If we fight again, the best thing we can do is fight as a group. Or else we will be too exposed. At least Dynamo is dead. He was the main menace. And 7 doesn't have ult. The moment we take the thing, we need to run away.
We could take mid real fast. I hit hard.
You sure? I'm gonna distract them. Take mid. That's a good idea. Take it fast. They were they were all on me.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Nice. Worth it. Careful with Dynamo in 7, they have ult. Well, yeah, Dynamo almost has ult. If you fight as a team.
Bombs ready. Time bomb prime.
We need to push all we can before the...
When you're up.
Oh, okay. I'm up.
Let's go once you're up.
Okay,
Mid.
which lane? Yellow or blue? I said we go yellow is the shortest one.
Yeah,
we need to make sure that every lane is pushed.
Paradox, you want to join, or are you still kind of upset over there, bud?
What the hell is he upset about?
Oh.
He's got a self-fulfilling prophecy of hating the team.
You know what? Fuck that shit. I understand if you're getting salty, but for fuck's sake, dude. Oh fuck, Dynamo, you son of a bitch! Get out of there! Get out of there! Get out of there! That's why we have read you. Get out of there. That's why we have read you.
See, this Paradox just doesn't want to show up, man.
For the love of heaven, what the fuck happened with this Paradox? What the hell did people...
He's just been AFK farming.
Oh my lord, he's being AFK farming so we don't farm ourselves?
Yeah, he light punched a box so I couldn't heavy punch and get the bonuses.
For fuck's sake, dude, what the hell?
I don't know, man.
Pero coñazo!
He was fine in lane, I don't know. He didn't get hugged as a kid, you know?
No, the thing is that, look, I understand saltiness. I play fighting games for fuck's sake. But the thing is that when you are trying to throw for the team when nothing was done to you, nobody was toxic to you or any shit, I cannot understand and it just pisses me off. Like, por amor a Dios, coño. Sorry, I'm cursing in Spanish.
I don't know what you said, but I completely agree.
I'm just cursing in Spanish.
It sounded good.
Death brings consequences once more.
They're trying to engage. Well, we can win without him. At least I believe that. So let's do our best. If we lose, fuck him, and if we win, fuck him anyways. I'm not gonna waste any more time on him.
Love it.
The urn has been dropped.
Could you imagine having 61k hero to help us? Wow.
The urn has been dropped.
Well, fight in blue.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Careful with Dynamo. If you can, fight him from afar. He and 7 are going to combo us, aka he grabs us and 7 fry us. So, we need to play from afar the best of to our capabilities, which sounds easier than done. Oh, that's even worse. Bridge buff active. Nice. Well. You shut the fuck up, for the love of heaven. You can rage quit if you wish. That way you will save us time. Thank you. Oh no, Ivy. Good try, dude.
Protect the stronghold.
Feel free to give up anytime.
It's time to complete the ritual.
Holy shit, I cannot believe we were able to. God bless you all, guys, except Paradox.
I don't suppose you're looking to sell that book you carry, are you?
We still have a chance, guys. Let's do our best.
I'm not like Paradox. We could win, my man. You don't.
Don't,
need to lose today.
Wraith, don't waste your breath, dude. Don't waste your breath. When people are like that, just let them be and fuck them and let them live their lives. And you try to do your best and have
Yeah.
fun.
I was clicking, my fan. Should we take mid?
Well, it's the best idea we can right now.
too
Dynamo,
dangerous?
no, Dynamo doesn't have all, only 7. It's the best thing we can do, actually, mathematically speaking. And Dynamo is just waiting.
Crunch the numbers.
In my head.
The rejuvenator is descending.
Okay, let's push one more.
Rangers in hand. Now's our chance.
Dynamo has ult, also 7, aka the combo that always kills us is available right now. Oh, it's... I'm distracting them. Okay. Man, that combo is just too fucking much, man. It's evil. Evil, I tell you. The good news is that we have the full lane. So maybe we will be able to do it on time.
It's gonna be close.
Tan pronto termine algo.
If we can wipe them back, that's game over.
We can. Dynamo is off, and also 7, so this is our best chance. Oh, fuck, they know it. Look at that. 7 is on base. He knew that he can push. Ah, shit. That sucks. Okay, I have ult, and I have unstoppable, and so... Fuck, Mo grabbed me. Shit, that's it for me, boys, sorry. I thought that I could handle it, but not that.
Time runs short. You will know pain.
Okay, bridge
Roll
buff.
back up. Get back.
If you if you see a bridge buff and it's to your advantage, take it. Don't overextend, it's not worth it.
This is just a taste of what's to come.
Yo estoy haciendo algo, espérate. No va, te lo prometo que no va a amanecer.
spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
If you see them in a group, don't fight them, run. The best chance we have right now is sadly to fight them on base. It's a tit for tat right now.
It's you or me.
Paradox, you're a fucking bitch. He just fucked my slot machine.
Told you, man.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Oh boy, we cannot try. It's too risky right now. Crap.
Pull back.
Objectively speaking, turning into a giant punching machine is a thing of beauty.
Gonna try to steal it. It's either do or
The
die.
Rejuvenator is descending. Maurice and I are just getting started.
Dude, I don't want to hear. Oh, no. I cannot take away your right to speak, so say, write, and do whatever the hell you want. Fuck off. I cannot care less. The only reason I was caring at the beginning was because it's a joint effort, and we're all trying to have fun, and you're being a bitch. But now, I don't care, so say and do whatever the hell you want. Careful with Dynamo again, he has ult. Pushing yellow fast. Rage buff's active.
Pull back.
Nice. Coming from behind. I don't know if this will work, but hopefully it will.
The spirit.
Okay, we have -2, but Dynamo and 7 are going to respond fast. We need to take them out. Oh crap, Yamato here. 7 here. No, sorry. They got me. I might be dead.
Don't die too, Ivy.
Careful with the team fight, but Dynamo doesn't have ult. He used it on me. The moment they started pursuing me everywhere I went, it was a pain in the ass. This is the longest match I've played. Run, Schiff!
Well played. Good game.
That was miserable. back to the game. I could not understand people that make the game miserable for others, for fuck's sake. I'm still angry after that bullshit. Wizard is good, but good luck, have fun, and enjoy.
This is probably less stressful than a shift at the diner.
The city is vast.
Thanks, bud. You too.
As is your ambition.
Thank you.
I should get some gear.
Well, that was crazy. Sorry, Warden, I couldn't save you.
Might be time to improve my gear.
Well, someone's looking to make a statement.
Careful, Warden. Inferno's coming your way too.
And what can I? You're not gonna regret that.
Nice. Nice.
Death awaits.
Cut me
They could be coming for me any minute now.
Look out for Lash.
Going to heal.
The day people stop trying to kill you is the day you lose relevance.
I love Calico.
I see someone appreciates fine craftsmanship.
You can always rely on Ava.
Yo, this guy's reaction time to that parry was crazy.
Ava, you are a dear. Time to die. Meet your end.
You want him in?
I'll drop a warning.
That Abrams ult fucked me over. The good news is a happy trigger Abrams, aka he's gonna melee like a crazy man. I just need to get the timing and that will be it. The problem right now will be how could I...
Good luck.
Thunder. Dare strike me? Let's go for a walk, Ava.
Your enemies will not dizzy.
Ready to have some fun. Where's the challenge? I have to make this count. Just die.
Thanks.
Thank you, Warden.
They took out Warden.
Crap.
I need to get out of here.
damn metro ride.
It's time to play. There is no mercy.
Be home.
I'll get into position. They're about to pay. And for my next trick.
It's my time.
Catch me if you can.
Mid-boss has arrived.
My power is absolute.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
The shadows are my sword and shield.
Crap. Run, Warden. Nothing you could do there.
Time to move.
The patrons give freely.
They're about to pay.
Nah,
We need
this
to
is gonna
disarm
be a
their
bad
sniper.
Abrams is crap.
A tenebrous demise. It's time to play.
Our yellow guardian has been
I have to make a
destroyed.
change, man.
Take the Infernus!
Stay 3 steps ahead of death, my friend.
I don't know if we'll be able to. It's too late right now, sadly. Yep. Too much DPS.
Our green guardian has been defeated.
Enjoy. I always have an escape route. I'm ready to have some fun. See if they're prepared for this. Time to die. Thieves. Be the last thing you see. Our green
Two here. I cannot fight them both.
My power is outside. Death awaits. Oh, no time to make biscuits today. They couldn't have gotten far. They'll die by my hand. Our blue walker is under attack.
Lash is low. I was fighting them alone, but I was able to do some damage. Sadly, they're gonna take green. This is gonna be a lost cause, really. Or at least this is how it looks like. One of those
The
games.
spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
The streets are mine to prowl.
I see Abrams.
I see Lash.
They're about to douse that flame.
Get used to it. This is gonna be happening all night.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
You have a good eye.
Someone stop the detective.
Look out for Lash. Need help on yellow. Thank you.
Today, my race is definitely going up.
I live for revenge. Enjoy.
There's 3 on green. Or blue, I mean.
Go ahead, blue.
Oh, thanks for your help, Ava.
Crap.
Hey.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Nice.
Inferno's behind.
There's the barkeep.
Again, it's going yellow. There's Blade pushing way too hard, sadly.
Our yellow walker is under attack. The urn has been dropped. Our yellow walker has been destroyed. My power is the urn has been dropped.
You never let me down, Ava. These are your final moments.
urn is waiting to be claimed.
Let's see if they're prepared for this.
Nice. Oh boy, golden green.
Let's go for a walk, Ava. They took out 7. Thanks for your help.
The urn has been delivered.
I got more where that came from.
Nice to work with competent people.
Decay.
Abrams.
The streets are
Nice.
Proud of your blaze. Continue to strike true, Shiv.
We'll push a little bit of green, so maybe we can get this Guardian too.
There's no situation I can't get out of. I may want to get back to the group.
How is Lash alive? Oh, alas. Holy shit, that guy was surviving by the edge of his teeth.
I give you a moon. I'm ready to have some fun.
Bridge buffs active.
There's 3 turrets on the left bridge buff.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Today you're making history.
Ava!
Nice.
Thanks for the assist.
Guys, I'm surrounded.
Mommy needs you, Ava. Look out, Haze.
Fall back!
They'll die by my hand. Adieu.
Fuck, we were making a good comeback right there. Sadly, that snowball pretty much hit us right in the face. We can still win. We still have the push of the last patron, but it's gonna be a really hard.
The Amber Hand has almost completed the ritual. Decay.
shit, guys. That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Ava, you are a dear.
We can go mid right now. I'm going to push green and yellows, but we need everybody on mid. We need that right now.
My strength will be yours.
Catch me if you
Okay,
can.
I push both, so hopefully with that we'll have an advantage.
Rejuvenator is descending.
My power only grows.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Nice. Holy shit.
Your part well.
Haze, there is a gun buff here. That might be better for you.
I deserve the best.
That was weird.
Let's go for a little stroll. Darling, you don't have a choice. Surprise. Try healing now.
Let's take out Abrams.
Let's take out green. Oh, Abrams is here.
Enjoy. They won't be safe.
Well, we're alive still. That's wonderful.
I'll get into position.
I can smell Lash's hubris from here.
Last thing you see
Look up for Lash.
with the rejuvenator.
Abrams is here. Clean in blue after that going yellow. Nice. Shit.
There's the barkeep.
They're behind us.
Consequence once more.
Oh no.
Your spirit
So close.
forged into a weapon.
Well, maybe this will distract them.
Oh, thanks for your help, Ava.
Hopefully that distracted them at least a little bit.
We need to make a stand and stop them.
Thanks, Holiday.
Medica.
Good game.
Well, compared to the last game in which it was everybody due to that toxic paradox, this was wonderful. Well, that will be all for tonight.